Good morning, team, and welcome back to the Midwest Rugby Union Thunderbird Championship between all of the all-star sides here in the Midwest. So our first matchup is going to be the relegation match between Chicago area and Wisconsin. Yesterday they battled it out between the two sides that made it to the final, which we will be talking about later today. But right now, this is the team that we're going to place an emphasis on. My name is Darian Lovelace. I'm joined by Lance Kavanaugh. Lance, Great American Rugby founder. Let us know what we saw yesterday from these two sides and what it's going to mean for them today coming into this consolation match.
Well, one thing that we saw from these teams yesterday is we've seen an absolute ferocious punch-out, drag-out match between Chicago area versus Ohio. Ohio sneaking away with the one-point victory. Definitely is heartbreaking for the Chicago team, who is the home side here at the Chicago Blaze Sports Complex. But now they have to turn their focus, and not what didn't happen yesterday, but what can happen today, that they face off against oh, as they face off against Ohio, of course, right? No, they don't play Ohio again. They play.
Ohio will be in the final today. We'll be talking about them later. Right now is
Wisconsin. Apologies against Wisconsin, who had a matchup yesterday in which it went pretty undecent for them, but now they find themselves trying to fight to compete and stay within competitive range for next year's Thuinderbird match. This is a lot to fight for, so no team wants to get ready to do it.
And our other races is Wisconsin, and they're going to be your team in the dark blue and the gold. And then on the other side, we're going to have Chicago that will be in the blue and the red. Both teams very well coached, but the last game of the weekend, and already we're seeing a massive defensive lunge come in from Chicago. Chicago quick to get over the ball, and they generate a turnover, and quick to the races is the number 6. We do have numbers for them today. That's Abrahams. Abrahams takes it into the defensive line of Wisconsin, and they've got room to work it to the right-hand side. They do an inside pop and then move it to the right. They've got a 2v1, but the 15 goes ahead and ducks inside, ducks back outside, and she's going to score in between the sticks for an early try. But here, excuse me, that's Buck here. I had to look at my own handwriting there. She'll go ahead and get the first try there for Chicago.
Easy as it goes. Chicago was a very strong team yesterday, playing good rugby in spurts. I think the weather had more to do with the outcome of their match yesterday, comparative to the competition that they were facing. Now that they have a clear sky, clear day, the ground isn't wet, and they're not playing in a monsoon, they've already started off running Chicago up early, 5-0, and we expect Wisconsin to turn it around and showcase what it is has been known for Wisconsin, playing strong in the four pack, confrontational in the middle of the field, unable to really get their hands on the ball to start this matchup before a deficit. But this is a home match for Chicago. Most of these players don't travel far to get to Lamont, Illinois, to get to the Chicago Blaze field. So let's see if Wisconsin can settle into this matchup and get it back square even in short order.
So our score now 5-0, Chicago leading, and we do have a couple minutes gone. We'll get that clock sorted for you there up at the top. Probably got about 3 minutes gone here in this first half.
Backwards, play on.
Ball does bobble there at the bottom, but it's able to be regathered by Chicago. And Chicago off of that restart have a lot of bodies there in the middle. They move it to the right-hand side, and running sideways, it looks like, is the number 8. That is Padilla. Padilla gets taken down right outside the 40. And a good interplay with some offloads in the middle. Get them back on the inside. Working it through the hands now. Our primary playmaker yesterday, we saw a lot of Marendette. She was a big playmaker yesterday in Chicago's 1-point loss to the team that will be making it to the final today.
Go. Step on your captain right there. Go. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Our first scrum of the game, both powerful forward packs. There we see a little bit of a dominating on the left-hand side of the scrum from Chicago. Doing well to exit out of the red zone is Wisconsin. And the kick rolls at right about the 40. So it's a nice, good, long kick for them. And it looks like it'll still remain in the hands of Chicago to go back to them. We see assistant coach Lauren Trout there on the left side of your screen. She's a professional rugby sevens coach for the United States-based team, but the head coach of Chicago is Lance Pruitt, who's well known throughout the age grade player pathways. We'll be talking about both coaching staffs within Wisconsin and Chicago for these all-star sides.
Yeah, and that clearance kick is definitely a great precedent set by Wisconsin. Let's play on the other side of the field. Let's play in our attacking half and force the Chicago team to make mistakes. And the Chicago side is very well known to the Wisconsin team. The border of Chicago and Wisconsin lie very close in proximity. A lot of these players have played against each other for a number of years. I expect familial rivalries in this matchup, and I also expect in Trout We Trust, the Chicago North Shore legendary coach himself, to really instruct things and make sure that the Chicago team is on task for the day.
And Trout We Trust, I like that. If she ever asks me back to play for her, I'll have to get that tattooed somewhere. We have our second scrum of the game, and it's going to go in favor of Wisconsin. And the put-in will come from Schley. Schley was also an instrumental playmaker yesterday in that ending game today. They only held on to a couple of points, but Schley was in every mess throughout that matchup. The scrum again getting turned around there. Referee unhappy with Wisconsin, unable to just handle that pressure there at the front. So Chicago, they elect to go quick. And the number 8 there, I've got it written down as Padilla, but I swear I've played with Katie Sanford before. It looks like she might be on the pitch there. We'll have to clarify that. But already making moves there is the number 6. That's Abrahams. Abrahams will go ahead and dot it on the right-hand side. And yesterday, Chicago was, Lance, they were lethal when they got turnovers.
Yeah, when opportunity presented themselves, they were one of the more scarier teams in this competition, turning defense into points. And right now, again, opportunity presented itself, and the 8 man around the corner absolutely devastated. That was her second run of colossal feature. Every time she gets the ball, somebody's are hitting the floor. And if you're breaking down the defense on the outside in that way, forcing them to account for your ability to break the game line on your feet, it just create great opportunities for your team. 2 passes later, Chicago is in, and now their lead is extended. The conversion is no good, but 10-0 inside of the first 10 minutes is a very confident place to stand, especially in all-star situations like we're in now.
Appreciate it.
And yesterday we saw Minnesota rack up a massive point differential, and then we saw Wisconsin start to have these little brilliant moments there towards the end of the game when they were able to showcase their connectivity. So we might just see the same pattern kind of happening for this side, but Wisconsin, if they can go back to the basics and talk about what they probably had multiple conversations about last night, then they'll be able to put up a well-fought side against Chicago. Wisconsin, they're set for our restart.
I mean, in Chicago they really had to deal with the weather. All the teams this weekend had to deal with the weather on Saturday, really affecting their ability to play expansively as they like. Chicago looks a lot more comfortable in this bit of weather than they did yesterday.
Yeah, Mother Nature was definitely raining down a lot of praise on this rugby pitch. It was brutal out there for a lot of the sides, but a lot prettier weather here in Lamont at the Blaze Stadium. And Chicago get dinged for a bridging for losing the feet. And now it'll get Wisconsin in probably their best attacking position thus far. They use the quick tap and then they give it to the forwards, and waiting there for it is Pinkman. And now the back line looking a little bit flat there. Westaby's got to build some depth. They've got a fullback running from depth there. That's Hanley. Hanley was quite the defender yesterday. We're seeing a lot of good ball movement there on the right-hand side. Offloads get them away from the sideline there, and they've still got it. There's also a penalty, though, for not releasing against Chicago. And well within the 40, looks like Westaby will go ahead and go to boot. Excuse me, Schley goes ahead and says that she wants the forwards to play. Schley gives it to a forward pod who run dangerously close to that sideline, but they do well to stay in bounds there. Moving it back to a forward pod, they look to build this attack, and the line looks deep here as forwards come around the corner. Now getting closer and closer to that 22. They're almost in the green zone now, but a turnover that was not legal by Chicago. That's 3 times now, and Schley goes ahead and goes quick. Moves it to, it looks like that might be Westaby. Westaby now is down and within the 22. We've got a defensive line that's set by Chicago. Chicago looks well matched against Wisconsin. All players on the right-hand side. As more players come around to the left to try and split the attack. Support is done well over top, and they've got an overload if they decide to use it. Hands will do it, moves it to the right. The wing is well covered, though, and has to duck back inside to the support. Schley goes around to the right-hand side. Looks like she might have almost gotten isolated there. So they use the pick and goes, their primary player maker now. In the point of contact, she's a little slow to get up there, so the forwards go again. And they look just right there as they move it through the hands. But a hard defensive launch comes up from Chicago, pushes them back even farther, and they're losing meters now. As this defensive line seems to have generated some confidence here. They've gotten a little bit too confident. Referee says that there's a high tackle.
On the goal line, on the goal line.
And Lance, this is the best attacking phase that we've seen from Wisconsin thus far in this match.
It is, and they're not doing anything overly complicated. Simplistic rugby, one pass, and a strong carry against the Chicago defensive line, who stood up tall in bits and pieces, able to push them back as they get closer to the 5-meter line. But this Wisconsin side really figured out what's their identity. They're going to go run right at the heart of the Chicago defensive line.
Back.
And the heart beating strong in the Chicago side as their interior launch looks sound. They've got to move it away from the pressure area. And none other than Maud Marendette just broke the hearts of Wisconsin after an intercept there. So now Chicago, in a massive amount of chaos, they look to build their attack. Maud tells them to go to Sanford, who then moves it to the right-hand side, and there's a big gap that opened up. This is when they're most lethal, is when those turnovers happen. A nice 2v1 might have been just what they need, but the defense is coming across. Wisconsin, though, slow to get back. Their defensive line not set. There's a lot of gaps in between, so we'll see what Chicago decide to do. Marendette moves it back, and then moves it back inside to the lock. Off of a nice interplay, Cieslak moves it to Farmer. Farmer, the hooker, gives it right back to Wisconsin off of an intercept there. Unfortunate now, twice, each side getting a piece of that pie. This is a long passage of play here after we just saw Wisconsin almost get into the try zone. Now we're back here towards Chicago's end. Moving it back, Schley looks to Westaby. Westaby will give a boot of her own, and it doesn't get much distance there. She's under a little bit of pressure, so it's still within the 22, and it'll be a Chicago line out.
Got anything?
That was furious rugby right there. The turnover quickly established by Chicago, able to get the ball back, and it became a foot race. The offload, the pace around the side, but unable to finish at the very end as one of those pesky Wisconsin defenders jumps in the passing lane. Quick steal, and now Wisconsin just able to breathe a sigh of relief because they almost gave up a try for the length of the field in quick order.
Lineup goes up, and then at the bottom there we saw the Chicago 9 get shoved there by a forward, and it causes a knock on.
Hold on. Time's off. It's your penalty here. Wait.
and it looks like a player got her leg rolled up. You can see the facial expression from one of the Chicago players immediately, knowing that she might have hurt her
I'm just taking my
counterpart.
times off. So.
On that ball rolling on the ground, you just see players around the leg, and it was immediate. Everyone reacted as if they knew she was hurt. Safety first in this game, but a lot of appreciation from these players, a lot of mutual respect because no one continued to play after
We got tens.
she had her leg rolled up a little bit. Even though the penalty will be given in Chicago for not releasing the Wisconsin, man, it's just tough to see.
And it looks like she might be getting tended to for a knee injury. So Wisconsin do have some reserves here that can come in. So we'll see if she's going to be able to get up and at least walk off. But Lance, I've got to say, with those knees, it's very rare that somebody can get up and walk that off and get back into play.
Yeah, I mean these kind of things happen so quickly before you even have a chance to really digest what's going on. Her leg just could have been caught underneath in a weird way. Even if she's perfectly fine and healthy, even if she could continue to play, there's a bit of me that just would
She
want her
okay,
to
or
just
you
get
got
checked
something
out
for
to
her?
make sure she's 100%.
No subs.
No
Okay.
need to aggravate or to increase any chance of injury. But man, the hustle play to get the ball back for her side was exceptional. Just
She okay?
unfortunately got her leg caught up.
Oh, and we might see a rarity. She's
Hey,
up
when we're doing a roll.
and might have just gotten a little bit freaked out, maybe underneath all of that mess and bodies, but looks like she's walking towards the
I'm good, thank you.
sideline. So she's going to go ahead and be off of the game. That was Wisconsin's number 8, Pinkman. Pinkman is back on. So Pinkman will stay. And Chicago will go ahead and start the attack now right from the jump. Chicago already banging at the door there. They go into the hands of the number 25. Don't have a number for that yet, but honestly, it looks like a player that I know, Hunter Moreland. So we'll see if the announcers ring true on that. Going back inside, they get wrapped up well on the exterior of the defense by Wisconsin. They do well to fold around. Chicago elect for the pick and go now, and Moreland, I'm pretty sure that's got to be Moreland. I've been under a couple of
Yeah,
really big runs from her. That's Hunter
yeah,
Moreland there. That'll go ahead and score.
Chicago Lions monster coming right in and making her impact known. Big hit up by Hunter, and just a real enthusiast
Oh
of the
yes.
game. I
Oh,
love watching her really
especially
express
great.
herself on the rugby field, able
Especially
to
compared to
add and
yesterday.
extend this lead for the Chicago side. And they seem to be off and rolling with no signs of slowing down. Even defensively, when they were stuck on their own end, they found a way to get the ball back and immediately split fields.
Third
The
time's a
Chicago
charm.
team definitely put it together in this inside of this bright weather that they've had.
So our score now 17-0 with Chicago still on top. Wisconsin have ended down in that end a few times now. We've only got about maybe 15 to 16 minutes gone here in this first half, so still a lot of time, but we're almost seeing what happened to Wisconsin yesterday against Minnesota. Minnesota able to rack up a lot of points there in the first half, and then we saw fire lit underneath, but with Chicago capitalizing on all turnovers for the most part, they've got to find ways to maintain the ball.
Absolutely. They had to find ways to sustain attack. They found a way to get down the field, working their pods up and really being ex- really confrontational, right direct, right to the face of the Chicago area's defensive line. But got to be able to retain the ball continuously. And Chicago is on attack again around the corner.
And Abrahams gives a brilliant offload there to Bahir. Bahir's got a lot of space to burn there. She goes around the corner, and the number 15 will score. It's a second try to her name for Chicago.
Did you really?
Yeah, and around these edges, Chicago's just found a lot of success. All of their line breaks seem to be found once they get inside of that 15-meter channel outside to the touch line. They really finding the space. Wisconsin's doing a good job in the center of the field, really controlling the area, but just not spacing out enough to really keep the Chicago side from exploiting all the gaps that's been created. And already 22-0, we're only 17 minutes into this matchup. Wisconsin has to find it now, or they're relegation or hopes of not being relegated might find themselves coming true immediately.
So that kick did go a little bit to the left, 22-0, Chicago leading, and it's only about 17 to 18 minutes gone here in this first half, so still a lot of rugby to be played as Wisconsin just continue to watch Chicago fly by. Slow to get back is Wisconsin, so it might also have a little bit to do with the dramatic weather change here and the fitness levels. Chicago look pretty calm and collected as we see Wisconsin stroll up. The kick does make it 10, and Abrahams just grabs it and leg drives through. It's a nice attacking platform for Chicago. So it looks like they have a lot of interplay happening within these forward pods. Sanford gets it from Farmer. And the number 10 moves it to Moreland. 10 Felton being a good distributor there. It bounces once and then bounces into the hands of the wing. It looks like it was a forward pass though. So on the right hand side, Wisconsin will have a scrum.
And if you pay attention even to that last little build up, there was a lot of space on the top side of the screen. Wisconsin, as I said before, holding strong in the center of the field. But if the Chicago area team can really speed into the from a ruck and get the ball out to the edges, they're really going to find a space to exploit Wisconsin as they continue to really show the outside 15 to touchline channel is open for business, and they've been clocking in, making their money there early in this first half.
And a dominating scrum yet again by Chicago puts Wisconsin on the back foot there. The ball goes up over the outside center's head and it finds its way in the hands of the wing. Number 11, she does well to maintain possession of the ball there. So that series didn't start off with a good start. And another penalty comes in against Abrahams. And so Wisconsin now look to attack quickly. Unfortunately, the ball though just gets knocked down right in center field by the number 16. That was Obermiller. And so center scrum there for Chicago.
And I don't disagree with the choice of going quick, but from going right quick to the middle of the field, give yourself good options. The ball handling just not on top for this Wisconsin side. Losing the handle on that pass seemed like a good pass, but unfortunately, that bobble gives Chicago a great opportunity inside of the 50.
It's your put anyway.
And this is a confident place to attack. I don't think they're going to go to the boot on this one. I think they can 8-man pick in either direction, preferably away from the scrum half, and really put pressure on these backs as they get all the forwards bottled up into one area.
Scrum holds strong for Chicago, and they work it to the right-hand side now. Goes into the hands of the opposing wing after a knock on, after an initial knock on against Chicago.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Hold there.
Schley with the put in for Wisconsin, and again that left-hand side, and now the other side of that scrum is going to join in as well. They get the turnover cleanly, and that's a power play and a half by Chicago there as they have beautiful hands, a 2v1, and again the wing on the Chicago side knocks it on and lands as a forward who has had to commit to a lot of scrums there because of the ball just not making it to the last pair of hands. What do you do when you're on that outside and it's repeated times that you've knocked the ball on?
First thing you do is you go up to your forward pack after the game and you apologize sincerely with, with real remorse to put your forward pack through the excruciation of multiple scrums back to back to back is definitely not what a back line would want to do. Preferably back three, because the ball doesn't necessarily find itself out there too often in a lot of these matchups. Especially with the weather yesterday, this is probably some of the first time the
Bind.
ball has really seen a lot of that space on
Set.
the edge so early in the game. But you got to condense the pass area. You got to communicate during the process of the ball moving out to really give yourself the maximum opportunity for completing the
Touch.
pass.
Good.
And Chicago again just being
No quit, no quit,
bullies
no
there
quit.
in the
It's not on
scrum.
touch. She touched it, so.
Somehow Wisconsin was able to get that ball back and Schley moved it to the right-hand side, but the number 22 for Wisconsin don't have that number for you, but
Yep, it's on
she
you.
goes out of bounds, so it'll be a Chicago throw-in.
Oh.
And just volleyball tipping it off of the top of the line out. Chicago do a good job of gathering it. Sanford takes it in right into the middle there and splits the defense, takes the fly half, so there's an overload on the right-hand side. Chicago looking to exploit that. Nice hands will do it. The inside center does get it to the wing, and this wing keeps hold of it. She cuts back in, well over the 22 now as she offloads it back into her opposing wing, and it goes to the fly half, keeping the ball alive well, trying to find some life there in the try zone yet again as Morandette jumps in at scrum half, and Abrahams gets a pass from her, but she's clapped down by Wisconsin. Doing well now is Chicago, but getting their hands in there. Looks like Wisconsin's putting a lot of pressure at the breakdown, so more bodies have to come in for Chicago. Wisconsin now have a set defensive line, so the number 15 has to take it in, but it looks like Vita's got caught a little bit high there, so there is an advantage as around the corner, Westfall tries to make something happen there. Gets tackled less than 5 meters outside of the try zone, and the wing, the number 14 decides to take an attempt at it. Miller, and she's tackled out of bounds, but we'll go back to the original penalty. And they're waiting for it. It is Marindette. Marindette gives it to Felton, who gives a long pass to Sanford. Sanford moves the ball backwards, though, after it bobbles once. Marindette is there to give it to the try scorer and knocks it off the here. So that knock on will come back. Wisconsin will have the scrum deep within the 5.
She went behind you, so it would have been obstruction. So we're bringing it back to the scrum. Hey, we got 15 minutes left, ladies. Longer.
And you can just hear some of the reactions off the referee mic after the referee made the players aware of the timing left in this half. The scrums are definitely starting to take effect early in this matchup.
Here we go. Crouch. Ball. Set.
And already making a mess of things is Moreland there. She spins it around, and Sanford looks like she's got her head down to dig for it. Sanford picks it up and goes to the right-hand side, trying to look for the wing. She does well to connect, and the number 11 makes their way in there. That's Nien for Chicago. Dots it down for that try.
And Chicago just seems to have everything working for them. There's no need to do anything overly impressive, overly complicated. Just link up, work together, make sure the passes connect, and they seem to be finding a lot of success on that outside channel. Good on the Chicago side, really fixing some of their errors that they made yesterday to put them in this consolation matchup.
There to take the conversion is Felton. Felton on the right-hand side gives it a boot, but it'll fall short. So our score still remains 27-0. About 14 minutes left to go here in this first half as we see Chicago already back in set, and Wisconsin taking their time to make their way back to the line here.
You kicking? Okay.
And Lance, yesterday both sides did have to play in a game, so the fatigue looking like it's setting in very early for Wisconsin here in this match. If they can't find some more juice in the tank, it's going to be a very long game.
Yeah, this is one thing about playing back-to-backs, and most teams have to do this as they try to fight for an opportunity for a national championship. You got to go to these regionals, and you got to go to some of these big-time matchups and play back-to-back games on back-to-back days. But this is a little different, being that there isn't the same cohesion. These aren't the same teammates that you deal with on a day in, day out basis. To be able to dig deep and fight for your fellow player next to you, it's just a little tougher. Hopefully, both teams can figure that out. And Chicago definitely started to show that they have that piece of the game figured out for themselves.
Oh, come up. We're okay?
Harrison, the number 3 for Chicago, did knock that one on. So it'll be a scrum going to Wisconsin. Schley set for the put in. And let's keep an eye on the body height there and what's really happening at the front row. Because I've got to say, the Chicago front row is just dominating Wisconsin. As we just see Moreland on the left-hand side, she leads the brigade, and it goes right back to Sanford. That's 3 turnover scrums now as Sanford now gets a line break, and this is some good speed from Sanford. Sanford continuing to pump the legs. She does well to stay in, and the support comes in quickly from the try scorer. Abrahams is there to give a fend of the own as she juts back in and diving over a couple of bodies of Wisconsin. This is poetry in motion here as the ball goes wide. The inside center moves it to the outside center who gets it to the 15.
Oh, what a catch.
And she somehow maintains the grip on that ball as the inside center decides to pick and go herself, and taking it into the back line was the number 12. Looks like that was Height. Takes it in for a try of her own. So now it lands that scoreboard 33-0. Chicago dominating here at home.
And I mean, that entire buildup, not just the ending, where we're looking at absolute domination from the centers finishing off that try. But I mean, from start to finish, that was a very impressive try. Individual efforts down the 5-meter channel, getting tackled, keeping the ball in, and then the presence of mind from not only the hooker, not only a fly half, but another forward to move the ball all the way across the field to the space. The Chicago side has found a bit of their confidence, and they're playing link rugby that's just fun to watch. Left to right, right to left, and they're winning the physical battles as far as one-on-one tackling moments and really forcing Wisconsin to bring multiple players in to get some of these ball carriers down. This is an impressive bit of rugby from the Chicago area rugby football union.
Gotta give a shout out there to the number 7 Westfall for Wisconsin. She's always got the ball in hand and she jogs back, trying to lead the brigade there as a fellow flank. We're always trying to bring the hype as we enter into the last 10 minutes of the matchup. The consolation match between Chicago and Wisconsin. Wisconsin set for the restart. Ball does go 10. It hits the deck once, goes over the head of Chicago, and now is setting the platform for this attack. See Slack. It's tackled there. Wisconsin set in their defensive line. They hold back slightly. There's a little bit of a disconnect, but she just runs right into Hesseker. Hesseker called for a not releasing penalty, though. It goes back to Chicago. Chicago decide to slow it down there. Hennessy looks to Felton. So Felton quick taps and it goes to Moreland. Moreland. Always wanting more of that point of contact. She gets over a few of these Wisconsin players there. Gets over the 40 after a big fend there in the middle. They've got a lot of room to work with on the left-hand side. They do want to get it to the number 11 who somehow tiptoes on that sideline. Did she keep the ball in? Looks like it is going to be an option.
You want a scrum or you want to line out? Line out? Okay. We'll line out right there.
And they opt for the line out, which is a smart decision after this forward back in Chicago has just been unbroken and very well connected in their scrum.
Yeah, and the Chicago team seems like the more cohesive team in moments too. Look at that run by Hunter Moreland going through multiple Wisconsin players, and Wisconsin having too many defenders on the wrong side of the ruck
not matching numbers, not communicating and sliding. And defense from the inside out was able to pull a Chicago player out of bounds, forcing a knock on. But again, the turnover gives Chicago another opportunity to attack.
Advantage.
Ball is quick. Hanley's got it and then just gets tossed down by Sanford. Just trampled over there. It causes a turnover for Chicago, and this is where they're most lethal. Right there, the number 15 has it. Gives a dummy. Slides in between two defenders on Wisconsin, and 37-0. Chicago. Chicago in these turnovers. Just making it look easy.
Yeah, and that defensive line to press up after that kick, ball not handled cleanly, and a Wisconsin player paid for it dearly. Her riblets were absolutely demolished, turned to dust. The ball bounced right to a Chicago player. And again, Chicago opting to go to hands and moving the ball to space to find an opening to get the try. I mean, they're playing team ball. And this is the team that I want to see play the best in the competition over the weekend. The team that's a little bit more adjusted and the weather is just a little bit more favorable. That 1 point loss stings a little bit from the way that they're playing right now.
And who knows? Ohio might be the best team in the tournament. They might have already gotten their fair share, as Ohio will take on Minnesota for the later game. And Chicago just had a little bit of heartbreak, actually a lot of heartbreak after a 1 point differential that just didn't punch their ticket into that final. But they really are demonstrating why they are all-stars of their respective regions here, as Westaby gets set for the kickoff for Wisconsin. Kickoff goes to the left and again hangs low, and Harrison does well to keep it in. Harrison gives one fend and then might have almost pinned down a Wisconsin player there. Looks like somebody's stuck. The referee says play on. This interplay happens again, and Sanford finds a little bit of a line break here. Sanford, it's 1v1 against Hanley. Hanley just not able to handle Sanford, and Sanford with a long 8-man try gets it in between the sticks. And I've got to say, as somebody who's played against Sanford, trying to tackle that once she gets going is just not a fun option, Lance. Wow.
I mean, she had a decision to go left or right. It was so much space with no help. Scrum half versus 8-man is just an absolute unfair matchup. And she's already put her stamp in the first 20 minutes of this matchup. Getting those points is a great consolation prize for her because she deserves to be on the score sheet. She has been absolutely devastating with ball in hand. And this Women's Cup consolation match seems to already be in hand as we've yet to venture into the second half. I do want to see how Wisconsin comes out. We need to learn a little bit more about the heart and determination of Wisconsin and how do they how do they represent their region in moments like this? Because with a 44-0 score line, most teams can go into the tank and focus more about what's not going right. Let's see if they can lock in on what's going good and really put some points on the board. Because this game isn't going to end just because you're down by a lot. Let's see if Wisconsin can answer the call and put some points on the scoreboard.
You see Schley, the number 14 for Wisconsin, trying to hype up her forwards there. Westaby goes to boot, and the launch looks good there. Another knock on, though, by Harrison, the number 3. That's 2 for her now off of the restart. And at both times it's gotten Wisconsin finally down in this end, but this forward pack by Chicago just does not want to allow them to win any at scrum time. 3 turnovers now at the scrum. Wisconsin are really going to have to light a fire some way, somehow.
And I believe Chicago's playing with a level of pride almost. Like they're representing who they are with every phase of play.
Holding on well to the scrum was Wisconsin, and a looping play finds its way into the hands of the outside center. The outside center stays away from that sideline there. Westaby comes across and gives it to Obermiller. Obermiller keeps hold of it, and this is the best attacking phase that we really see from Wisconsin there as they start to string together their attack. Westaby gives a long pass to the number 17. She's met quickly, though, by Marindet, and swarming over the top is the number 11, Mien. Dominating at the point of ruck time. They put the attack under a lot of pressure here as the line just keeps pushing Wisconsin farther and farther back.
Leave it.
As we see the inside pop from the inside center, gets the line break going, over the top pass, finds its way in the hands of the number 7, Grisoldi. Grisoldi gets it away to Bahir. Bahir, can't you do a hat trick? Selflessly gives it away to the number 11, and it's a brilliant try there for the number 14. Looks like that was Miller for Chicago.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, again, just continue to fall short.
Yeah, and the selflessness that Chicago is playing with.
Yeah.
You know, these are go for your, you know, these can be go for yourself moments. You can be more focused on what you want out of this as an all-star team, but Chicago's playing selfless, moving the ball down the line, linking up in support, not leaving anyone stranded or isolated. What a great first half. And, you know, collectively, as a first half, it's probably the best any team has played over the weekend because they're doing things that you need to win on every level of rugby.
51-0 in the competition. It just seems to hang on by a thread for Wisconsin. 51-0. We've got about 2.5 minutes left to go before both teams will go and talk shop with their coaches. Chicago will probably have a lot less to say. Wisconsin, head coached by Matthew Quay and assistant coach Kayla Holmes. Both are going to have to talk to leadership and try and figure out, as you said, Lance, what motivates this Wisconsin team. Was to be set and ready for the restart. This kick goes a lot further. It's up in the air, and it's fielded well by the number 15, the fullback. Gets around 1, almost gets around 2, and offloads it back to, looks like that might have been Abrahams. Abrahams dangerously close to that sideline there. Marnadette moves it back inside to the forwards. They're not afraid to play in the middle. So an offload gets the ball away from the pressure area. Looks like they've got an overload somewhere. Felton decides to go in and gives it back into Hannessy. Hannessy ducks in between 1 and gives it to the inside center. This interplay looked good for just a split second. Sanford loses the ball. We see slaps all around here as we will enter into halftime. 51-0. We still have a whole other half. Wisconsin gonna have to have some hard conversations. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
just wanna get done with you. Final last time I can call you mine. Once more than I swear we are through. We should still have fun, though we say we're done. 'Cause I just wanna get done with you. Final last time I can call you mine. Once more than I swear we are through. just wanna get down with you. Kinda less time, I can call you mine. Once more than I say we are through. We should still have fun, though we say we're done. 'Cause I just wanna get down with you. Kinda less time, I can call you mine. Once more than I say we are through. You can tell me.
Welcome back, team. We're here to bring you the second half of the Chicago area and the Wisconsin All-Star side for this Women's Cup consolation match. Right now, we've got Chicago packing it in against Wisconsin. It's just been all Chicago all game. No points to Wisconsin's name. My name is Darian Lovelace. I'm joined by Lance Kavanaugh, the sleuth, the man who's always figuring out the underlying causes behind everything. Lance, what is it going to take for Wisconsin to get some points on the board?
Well, they've been putting together great phases in spurts. They found themselves deep in Chicago's end multiple times, but they have to find a way to finish some of these phase play buildups. Chicago's just easily getting access to the ball with Wisconsin now supporting. If they can really complete and put the bow on top of some of these phase play that they put together, they definitely will have points on the board. Defensively, though, they have to start protecting the outside edges, even though they're giving up a center break now as we speak. Most of the danger has come from the outside the 15-meter channel. It's really been giving them a lot of issues.
Bro, leave it blue. Leave it blue. Leave it blue. Listen.
Trying to compete for the ruck after that long break was Hanley. She's wearing the number 9, but she's the fullback there. It goes off the hands of one of the players of Wisconsin, and around the corner is our earlier try scorer. It seemed like everybody in the back line got to score in that first half. She knocks it on, though, right outside of the try zone. Looks like that was Miller. And that's some defensive heart, though. Finally, some big hits coming in for players like the number 11.
Yeah, and it's definitely players on the Wisconsin side who haven't packed the bus yet. They're definitely going to fight and compete to the bitter end, but they have to do it as a cohesive unit. Their forward pack has been getting pushed around a bit in the scrums. Their lineouts haven't been able to convert some of their offensive lineouts and repossess the ball when necessary. One thing Wisconsin has done that is a definite plus is using the boot to get space whenever they choose to. They found a way to really push Chicago back and defend their own end, but they need more of that right now because Chicago is very confident going into the second half.
Chicago always confident in the scrum. They get it all the way back to Sanford, and Sanford takes it into a few of the Wisconsin players, but they're just banging at the door yet again for an early try. Almost kind of showcasing that this might be a repeat show for the second half. It falls on the deck, though, and is just continuing to roll around there. Somebody's got to take care of it. It goes off the foot of the number 24 for Chicago, and now trying to work it through the hands right there. Beautiful pass, just goes and bobs right on the top of the head of the number 11. It's not a knock-on, though, so as she continues to roll through as a spin move, which is impressive stuff there. She dives low, gets in for the try, and the number 11 will score on this right-hand side for Chicago.
And I mean, again, we're seeing that Wisconsin has a scrum situation to relieve pressure, kick the ball, find some space, but Chicago four-pack dominating the scrums continues, stealing it, and relentless attack, getting the ball all the way to the edge. It could have been disastrous, knocking the ball on with opportunity to score, but the Falcon is not a knock-on, off of the noggin, gathered back up again, and unwilling to be stopped. I mean, this Chicago side is absolutely rolling as we move into this second half. It seems like more of the same is upon us here in Chicago Blaze Complex.
Chicago already back in, ready for some more. They're on your right-hand side there in the light blue, 56-0. Wisconsin taking a little bit of time to get back up to the line there. We just see some tired bodies. Again, yesterday both teams played a lot of rugby, a full 80 minutes, and now because they played yesterday, we give them the sweet gift of playing another 80 minutes today. So hopefully Wisconsin will kind of
Okay.
ball rolls off of the hands of one of the Chicago players, so it gets Wisconsin down in this end.
It goes good. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Chicago already leaning into that scrum some. It makes a lot of mess. Somebody decides to give a little kick, though, at the back. So now it's worked through the hands of the backs there. It bounces a few times on the ground, and a lot of speed comes in from the number 11. Right over there, we see the number 15 come across to make the hit, and that was a try-saving tackle. But the number 11 for Wisconsin, Duran seems to have found a little bit of confidence there as well.
No quick, no quick.
And she's been a bright spot for Wisconsin. Defensively, unrelenting, not giving up any points unnecessarily. She's showing up when they need her the most. But as a winger, to put in that much work defensively is almost to the negative, having to save so many tries and really be there as a last resort when the middle breaks down.
Captain, what do you want? Scrum or line out? Line out, and we'll go line out here.
So off for the line out after forwards just not able to navigate through this well-connected and just monstrous scrum in Chicago.
It's got 3. Okay.
Yesterday they ran with the 3-man line out. Looks like they'll stick to the same tactic. So at the front part, they elect to use the front pod there, and doing a good job to get her hands in there was the opposing jumper, but somehow the team of Wisconsin will be able to attack now as they move it through some forwards into the fly half's hands, and an intercept from a nice defensive launch comes in for Chicago. Chicago has both options on both sides there. They move it to the left. Sanford moves it to the number 5, who gets held up by the hips and then is able to offload it to, I think this might be a substitute that came in for Chicago there. They move it again to the left-hand side. Still people there. Sanford, it goes right in front, bounces off the left hand, and the wing somehow keeps it in there. Sanford's got it in her hands now again. Sanford is tackled after she stiff arms one, and then one hand offloads it. This interplay that happens between the back row player and the number 10, Felton. Felton almost feeling the try zone. She falls just short of it. And having to come in and clean it up is McDaniel. There's a lot of bodies, though, on the ground here.
Actually, sorry. It's a scrum on the 5. It was brought in by blue, so it's a scrum on the 5. Okay.
So scrum on the 5 after it was brought in by blue, so another attacking opportunity for Chicago.
And I mean, Chicago has been continuing to be the toast of the day. Defensively, absolutely prime. Offensively, showing really what they can do. And they haven't really used their 8-man to the point that they can. She has been devastating. Every time she touched the ball in the first half, multiple defenders forced to really deal with her ability. And now that she has the 8-man pick, 8-woman pick, she goes around and around, use 3 defenders having to deal with her ability to really put pressure against them. And immediately the phase after, Chicago scores another try, extending their lead to 61-0. And I mean, with 32 minutes left in this game, Chicago doesn't look like they're going to stop, slow down, or take a break at all. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
And all of that set up by Sanford, who was just able to take out that outside center after the back line of Wisconsin just allowed her to run across the pitch there. And then waiting for it. That's 4 tries now for the number 15.
Rachel, Trout really wants you to try to grub her. I know.
And it looks like Chicago might open up a jar of creativity here as we just see 61-0 Wisconsin, only having played a couple of minutes of rugby down in Chicago's end here.
We're about 10 minutes in, okay?
30 minutes left to go here in the second half. Westabee, the number 12, sets up for a kick.
Nice
The
kick.
restart goes up and it goes right through the middle. And Chicago elect to use the left-hand side there. High body height, though, gets her past a few tacklers and just a little bit more there, as now she's over the 40 after about a 60-meter line break. And Felton decides to take it into Westaby. Westaby gets her hands in there and generates a turnover. So now Chicago have to get back on defense, something that we haven't really seen a lot from them, as the ball goes up and it gets knocked on immediately by Wisconsin after that first phase. So they're going to have to play defense again against Chicago. Chicago used the pick and go. Moreland's there to quickly support and secure that ruck there. The counter ruck comes in after a possible not rolling away. And the poach was good, but they'll come back from that initial knock on by Wisconsin. And Lance, it just seems that anytime that Wisconsin gets the ball first, second phase, they just generate a turnover. And that's where a lot of tries from Chicago end up happening.
Yeah, they're doing the most simple principle that you can expect after a turnover, going right to where the space is. And Wisconsin is just having a struggle of a time resourcing some of these rucks, not getting there in time. If you're a split second late against the Chicago side, they have the players with enough experience to know that they can get their hands on the ball and take it back. Wisconsin's ability to get the ball back in that last bit of set phase play, a good sign, but they got to be able to keep it offensively as well.
And right off of the scrum, they choose to grubber it. Hanley, the number 9, has it there in the back. She lets the ball shoot out to try and get it to some slow support coming in from Wisconsin there. As we've got about 6 people in the ruck. Westaby goes in to move it to the forward pack. They try and hands it out, but this defensive launch comes in so well connected by Chicago. Moving in out to the right-hand side, Westaby moves it to Duran. Duran rounds 1. Duran's got to cut back inside if she doesn't want to get tackled out. She gets tackled by both of the Chicago players there. Looks like Bahir almost got her hands in there. Trying to cheekily keep it in was Duran. Just trying to roll that ball back in, but it looks like we'll have the ball going out of bounds by Duran. So Chicago will get the line out.
Get 5.
Looks like we've got 5 in the line out there, so numbers up.
Hold.
Come away with it. It goes behind the hands of the forwards. Looks like there might have been a miscue there, but Chicago somehow managed it. They give a kick through on the grubber, and there is an advantage for the offsides coming in earlier. Looks like the number 11 might have gotten in front of the kicker there on the chase.
The penalty here for offsides. 11 was offsides at the kick. So right here.
So they'll get a penalty there at the offsides. That's their option.
Yes, it's your penalty.
Westaby's going to go ahead and get a kick for territory. The kick finds touch well. So we will now have hopefully a good set of phases for Wisconsin as they make it down here in Chicago's half.
This is the tunnel, so give it a little step. There we go. Good there. Good.
Going up in the front of the lineout, they use that 5-meter channel, and it gets them about 10 meters of go forward there by the number 3, Hessaker. Hessaker gets it back to Schley. Schley now moves it to the fly half, who gets it into the hands of the number 6. This is some promising stuff. The most phases that we've seen from them as they move it to the right. Westaby gives it a boot, and Duran is there for the chase. Duran puts a lot of pressure on Bahir. Bahir runs around 1, runs right back into Westaby there, and the ball is slightly vulnerable there as Duran tries to get out. And it just turns back over the possession to Chicago. Felton will go ahead and give it a boot. Looks like we might have gotten a player down, though, on that left-hand side for Wisconsin. But finding themselves almost back in the exact same spot as that line out. They are now losing meters. as an offsides
Ball still in.
come in
Still in.
for the number 8, Sanford. Just getting a little bit too excited there around that interior of the defense.
And Wisconsin seemed to have the momentum now. Keeping control of the ball is promising for them.
Roll away.
And running into Moreland and Sanford, the momentum almost got killed before it even got started there, and it lights a fire underneath a couple of other Chicago players there as they make a double tackle. That was Sanford yet again working so hard. Westerby gives a dummy there and keeps the ball alive, gets it into the hands of the fly half. Duran gets a chip kick back on the inside there, and Bahir does well to field it. And it fends off one, fends off another, and it ends up in the sideline, no man's land. So Duran with the chip and chase does get the turnover there as it'll go back to Wisconsin.
Huh? Okay. There we go. Blue line out. It's your line out. You on 3? 3 again. They just have 3. It's just 3.
Going with their trademark
Yeah, let's get that.
3-man line out. Looks like Moreland's not going to let that play happen again there. And against Hessiker. Going up at the front, they do well to field it. The number 22 gets it to Schley. Schley moves it to the fly half, who's got the forward pods there in the middle. They've got the overload if they can work it out to the left-hand side, but the fold is quick from Chicago. The interior defense holding strong as they elect to use the chip and chase. Bahir has it. Can she convert off this turnover? She gets around one and gets around the other there. Hanley's got one job left to do, and she's just not able to fulfill that job. So the number 11 will make it again in between the sticks. And Lance, we talked time and time again about how lethal Chicago is off the turnovers. The decision for Wisconsin to just give up possession consistently just never pays off for them.
Yeah, and once Chicago gets forward running like that, that is almost like a set piece attack, the way that both players are on their feet moving in the same direction against the defensive line. That is the best scenario you can deal with as far as counterattack goes. And man, Chicago is just figuring out in multiple ways how to score. You kick to us, we score. You isolate it, we score. You don't tackle well on the edge, we'll break through and we'll score. And Chicago, again, just piling on the points. I think a bit of what they're trying to do now has just to do with, we might have lost by a point yesterday, but we'll win by a lot today to really show where we stand. Because Chicago hasn't slowed down even a little bit.
That was a very good rhyme, Lance. I might have to trademark that and steal that from.
It was an accident as well. That was an accidental rhyme. I do it all the time. You know, don't let me
stop
bother
him.
you.
I will. I'll stop him. Ready and set for the kickoff is Chicago. Westerby there and looks to the team to make sure that she's ready to go, and Wisconsin are off to the races there. The launch looks good on the left-hand side. The right-hand side, though, looks fairly available as the dummy almost got us both there. It looks like it might have gotten stripped away, though, by Wisconsin in that ball movement. So now Hissaker decides to take it in, and she does well, taking a couple of the Chicago players with her. Schley gets bumped back once, but moves it to Westerby. The fly half now has it, and the number 13 is doing well to keep that ball within Wisconsin's hands. Coming around the corner is Bavars. Bavars gets the ball back quickly at the back of that ruck and rolls up. Schley comes around.
Say low, say low.
And Hanley's got to come in and make sure that that ball's secured. Westerby comes in to play scrum half after Schley had to go in. And exposing the ribs, but somehow going forward was Rosh. And this is probably the most phases that we've seen from Wisconsin as Verheyden keeps the ball in the ruck there. Westerby goes in and digs it out. They've got options on the left-hand side. And getting quickly met was Kotecki. And the steal looks good by Chicago. Now the turnover happens again. And a lock in open play. Cieslak will go ahead and give a boot. The chase looks good. There's only about one player back there for Duran. Chicago looks like they might have done it illegally, though. So that turnover will go back towards Wisconsin. But Lance, whenever those turnovers happen, it just seems like everybody knows exactly what to do. Like that's something that they talked about whenever they were all coming together to play on this all-star side.
Yeah, both of these games, Chicago has shown how eager they are to really force
Go.
pressure,
Goal
to
line out.
kick by the lot, to find an
Good.
isolated fullback by
Right
herself for
on the
this
50. On the
Wisconsin
50.
side.
3.
Unfortunately, weren't able to get the ball
Three.
back for the man.
I didn't know where you're gonna put it so
Chicago
far.
gets eager and excited and ready to go anytime there's an opportunity to get a turnover or directly after a turnover. They definitely find their juice and they get loose.
4. They're doing 4. Hey, do you guys want to add one more? They're doing 4. They're doing one more. So
Get out
they
of
can
town, Clam. It's enough out of you. 68-0. Chicago now have to play some defense against Wisconsin. The ball goes
On the
up
leg,
and
play on,
it
play
doesn't
on.
find anyone's
Upper
hands
leg.
there. It bounces a few times to the right, so it
Here.
ends up in favor of
Here.
Chicago there, as we'll see what they can cook up on this turnover. They've got space to burn as Moreland moves it through the hands. A looping play, though, gets it even farther, and this is just, I mean, champagne rugby here as Bahir gives a shank through the defensive line. Duran's under a lot of pressure there, and Duran's got to work it back to the side.
Leave it, leave it.
Squirts out the side here, and
Oh,
Bahir
offside.
referee asked for Bahir to keep and respect his word. Communicated that early, so it'll be a penalty. Schley there is set and ready and looks to Westaby to decide what they would like to do. And Westaby looks to the sideline. Final 20 minutes here as
It's on you.
Wisconsin look to gain some territory.
What a choice to kick, running a looping play out and around, and that ball seems to stay in. We're back on attack, says Chicago.
And the ball almost like a magnet towards the
good.
team in the light blue.
You're on.
They go ahead and use the boot a lot between everybody, and diving down with that almost looked like she was trying to make it a home plate there was the number 11. And so it keeps the ball going in favor of Chicago. Looks like we've got somebody a little bit slow to get up there. Somebody who's not slow to use that right foot, though, is the number 2. She steps well, and then the platform is set. Moreland moves it to the number 10, Felton. Felton moves it back inside to Moreland, and Moreland, once she gets going, can she be stopped? Moreland will make it in between the sticks here. So now, ooh, this is a hard one, but 73-0, Chicago.
Did you just see how Moreland gets the pass, finds the inside space for the offload? She's a hunter. She's a track star. Running all the way in to get her 5. And I mean, players are just stepping up for the Chicago side, person to person. You look to your left, look to your right. Someone's going to make the play, especially when there's a line break. Everyone seems to be flooding those passing channels, and the points have been ample. Amazing play so far by Chicago. They're piling on the points, and this game is recently it was already considered out of hand, but even more so as this game continues on. 18 minutes left for the folks at home, and that 18 minutes can be a lifetime for Wisconsin. They have to find a way to take that 0 off the board and not get shut out.
Going to have to find some creativity here. Schley, the number 14, makes it to the line. We'll see when Wisconsin makes their way to the line there. They are, as Westaby gets ready and set. We have a little less than 16 minutes left here. Moreland keeps the arms free, just not able to bring her down. And so Sanford does the opposite. She just goes straight up. Chicago move it to the left-hand side now. Isolation happens, and Schley claps down on the hooker there, Farmer. That's probably one of the best hits that we've seen from Wisconsin here, as another really big one comes in. And could this be what we saw yesterday, where all of a sudden Wisconsin finds its light there in the last 20? They're just swarming over the top. They set the defensive line, and everybody from Chicago slow to get back there. As Sanford offloads it to the number 2, Farmer. Farmer gets it into the gap for the number 17. Over the top pass. Just doesn't connect well with Edgecombe. But
That's full
Lance,
time.
3 big hits in a row for Wisconsin. It looks like that is time, so excuse us. That will be game for Wisconsin and Chicago, as Chicago get the win for this consolation match for the Thunderbird Cup. 73-0.
Hey,
Lance,
thank you.
any final thoughts?
Oh, man.
That was an incredible showing by the Chicago outfit after losing yesterday. They definitely shown the quality of their team. Big ups to Wisconsin for fighting to the bitter end, but we must congratulate Chicago Area Rugby Football Union for the win.
Oh.
And coming up next, we will be talking about the Women's Plate Championship. That'll be between Michigan and the Chicago side, too. So stay with us, team.
just wanna get down with you. Kinda listen, I can call you mine. Once more than I say we are through. We should still have fun, though we say we're done. 'Cause I just wanna get down with you. Kinda listen, I can call you mine. Once more than I say we are through. We should still have fun, though we say we're done. 'Cause I just wanna get down with you. Kinda listen, I can call you mine. Once more than I say we are through. We should still have fun, though we say we're done. 'Cause I just wanna get down with you. Kinda listen, I can call you mine. Once more than I say we are through. wanna get down with you. Kinda less time, I can call you mine. Once more than I say we are through. We should still have fun, though we say we're done. 'Cause I just wanna get down with you. Kinda less time, I can call you mine. Once more than I say we are through. We should still have fun, though we say we're done. 'Cause I just wanna get down with you. Kinda less time, I can call you mine. Once more than I say we are through. We should still have fun, though we say we're done. 'Cause I just wanna get down with you. Kinda less time, I can call you mine. Once more than I say we are through.
Welcome back, team, to the Midwest Rugby Union Plate Championship, where we're going to have that Michigan versus the Chicago area. They've got two sides in. We just watched Chicago rack up 73 points against a mere 0 in Wisconsin, but that was for the consolation match. This is for the final right now, and so they've got everything to play for. These two all-star sides, all of these players made up by their respective regions. It's going to be a fun competitive match here in Lamont, Illinois at the Blaze Stadium. My name is Darian Lovelace. I'm joined by Nick Cummings. Nick, welcome to the party. If it's anything like last game, you've got to hope that this is going to be a competitive matchup between the two sides.
Darian, I'm very excited to be here commentating Midwest Rugby and the All-Stars as well. Super exciting weekend for all of the players involved. They've worked so hard throughout the season, have earned their spots with their state to perform at this highest level. And it's been a great weekend so far, and I'm ready for it to continue.
And it'll continue with Michigan against the Chicago area. Now we've got Michigan's rosters, so Michigan is locked in. Unfortunately for Chicago, I don't have that roster for you, but we will be set and ready for this matchup to take place. Looks like our referees are taking the field here.
All right.
Looks like Chicago will be your team in
right.
the blue. Actually, that looks like Great Waters, excuse me. So on the left-hand side, we're going to have the blue and white. We have our head referee, Curtis, there in the middle, set and ready.
Here we go.
So on the right-hand side, Chicago area will be receiving. In our plate final, the whistle has been let loose. So the ball goes up for a kick. It hits the deck once, but finds its way into the hands of Chicago. And Chicago are already off to the races. The scrum half takes it straight in, and then she gets up and plays on and gets a couple of extra meters there. Chicago in the pink and blue. They move it to the right-hand side. The fly half decides to run a little sideways, and it doesn't really allow much room there for Bird. As Chicago continue to press through the middle here, they work it to the hooker, who takes it right into the heart of Michigan. And the hands are looking like they just might do it, but a good pressure defense comes in from Michigan and knocking the ball backwards. So the ball continues to go backwards, and on top of it, it looks like Odell makes a mess of things in the back there, and Chicago are under a lot of pressure there. Support comes in a little bit late there for Michigan, so Chicago now can look to attack out of this end. Chicago does a step and continues to work hard there.
No, too many rolls.
Going quickly now is Michigan. Team in blue and white now are hitting in center pitch here, and a lot of phases already being played here, about a minute and a half gone. Moving it now to the forward pod. They are knocking at the door, and it continue now to press through. The ball goes a little bit hayward though, hits the deck once, and so we'll have a scrum, or a penalty, excuse me. That'll go against Michigan, and it will go to Chicago.
A very hectic first couple minutes here, Darian. We saw Chicago area start with the ball. Unfortunately for them, had a nice long run, turned it over, and then Michigan getting close to that try line, just unfortunately causing a penalty, and now we're going to see Chicago back with possession.
First set piece of this matchup here. Going down in the back pod. It goes in between the legs and is a not straight call, so we've got the option.
Scrum 15, ladies.
Scrum will be set on the 15, and we'll go in favor of Michigan.
Michigan electing for the scrum. They've always been a big, powerful side. They're going to try to show dominance here early in the scrum and see how the rest of the game is going to look for them.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Scrum is underway. Moving it to the left-hand side is Michigan. And a little step inside gets their ball at depth there, but the number 6 just doesn't really have a lot of room to work with, so it ends up back into the hands of Chicago. And it looks like that player stayed down there in the backfield.
Get out, White, get out.
Moving it now to the left-hand side, the fly half just takes it right into Great Waters. Very aggressive already from the contact. She still presses on. The defensive line looking like it's going to slowly start to get set here. They've got to fold a little bit quicker.
1 and 17 offside.
I might have just gotten caught a little bit offside there around the breakdown.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Chicago area here had a player down a couple meters behind the ball, but just the interception from Chicago and quickly making meters, as you said, their fly half running straight into that defensive line.
She good?
And we'll see whether Chicago decides to go for touch or if they have a play set up.
And Chicago ready to go. Shemek moves it to Bird. And they do well to get it to the outside center. Working it back now on the inside. Sheridan lets the ball just kind of pop out there. And over top of it quickly was Laura Wiggins. They do a little chip kick over the top. Everybody's got to kind of turn around there. And Michigan under a lot of pressure. Trying to see if they want to try and get away from that sideline. They aren't successful with that, so it just gets Chicago in an even better attacking position there with the line out about 10 meters outside of the try zone.
There's a mark. Give me some space, White.
Just unfortunately for Michigan, another mistake. They caused a mistake at Chicago's try line going in for a try, and now a mistake in front of their own try line, giving Chicago excellent field position here only about 5.5 minutes into this game.
Hold on. Let's get someone in the hooker channel, White.
Asking for somebody to go ahead and get in that channel. Referee says that the line out is now set. Looks like they've got 5 in the line out here. Chicago have a little bit of a miscommunication. They're not able to get it full height, but they do well to gather it in the back of the line out. And now off to the hands was Shemek, who gets it to Rodesale. There's a penalty after not releasing.
No, over here,
so
over here.
we're going to end up bringing it back, though. Looks like they just went a little bit too quickly there. Shemek takes hold of the ball, making sure that everybody's in their respective spots, trying to turn this into a set piece play. Shemek moves it to the right-hand side into a forward pod, who then offloads it to the inside center. And waiting for it was the outside center. Bird is under a lot of pressure, though. Takes a couple of Michigan players with her as they elect for the pick and go, trying to find the support there. You hear the conversation and the pressure defense. Does it cause a turnover? It almost does, but the ball gets knocked backwards. And White asked to leave the ruck alone as their defense is set, putting them under a lot of pressure. Shemek's got to go in and take it right into the Michigan side. Michigan just had hands on the ball for a little bit too long there. The outside center just getting a little frustrated. Gets called back with the captain.
Twice, right? You're at a tackle assist. You've got to release. Once her knee goes down, you got to release.
I came in first with her or after?
Before she went to ground, you had a hold of her.
Okay.
So you're a tackle assist.
Let go
You've got to let go.
again.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay.
Got it.
And I don't want that reaction anymore.
Got it.
Okay.
Referee just telling the Michigan center, you can't, if you're the tackle assist, you need to release when the knee goes down. You can't strip the ball.
No hands.
Chicago in the white and blue, putting on the pressure defense there as Michigan in the pink and blue.
There you go.
Damn it. We got someone down here.
Are set and ready to go. And now the number 13 for Chicago will go out and have a seat after just not listening to the referee's critique of that breakdown.
You try to do that, you're going to be here all day. Yeah.
Apologies
13
for mixing up the apologies for mixing up the colors team, just so that everybody's on the same page here. Michigan is in the pink and blue. They are quick tapping on the right hand side, and then on the left hand side we've got our team in blue and white.
Are you okay?
Michigan.
All right, wait for the whistle.
Now that
okay?
we're all on the same page, we can continue to talk about this.
Yeah, so Chicago now on defense and just got sent a yellow card off, so we'll see what they do here, down a player.
Come on, White. There you go.
And they seem to be working it well in between the hands. Shemek misses it, but then Bird's there to regather it well. And Salter Sheridan, she cuts back in, and rolling over the top is some quick support there. Looks like Wiggins almost thought about going left, but then has to go right. The offload is on from Fennelly versus Lorraine Ortega. They connect well together. And now they're right at the 5.
Backwards.
Ball goes up, and it does hit the deck there after an overload. So a bunch of players from the Michigan side come around the corner. Looks like right in front of the line was the number 14, Ronning. And Ronning gets the first try of the match there for Michigan.
Yes, excellent work from Michigan, just working the ball sideline to sideline. They knew they were knocking on the doorstep the whole time, slowly breaking down that Chicago defense, and it ends up working for them. Ronan end up putting the ball down in the try zone, getting her side on the board first. Michigan again in the pink, Chicago area in the blue, and we have Michigan up 5-0 here early with the kick still to come.
Hey, cicadas are nuts, aren't they?
Shemek will take the kick. Five to 0 with a conversion to come for Michigan. Shemek rears back, gives a good strike. Looks like it might have veered a little bit to the left, so our score will stay 5 to 0. Chicago down against Michigan. But within the first 10 minutes, we're already seeing some really connected patterns come in for Michigan.
Yes, they've done well to hold possession of the ball. Chicago, just a few mistakes, unfortunately, that have cost them maybe a try in the first few minutes, and then once again that yellow card down by their own try zone, and now giving up the first points of the game. But Michigan does look good when they are able to keep possession of that ball.
Yep.
And ready to get us underway is the number 15 for Chicago. Again, we don't have numbers for them, but we do have them for Michigan. So we'll just be using positions. The fullback goes up and straight into the hands of the number 1. She collides well with the flanker and doing well to get into that space. A little bit too well. Referee calls it off. And they'll move it to the right-hand side. Doing well to attack the middle of the pitch now. They've got options on the right hand as Shemek moves it and then opts for the kick. It's a smart kick. It turns both the defenders around here. Everybody's on the chase. Ending up with it is the number 14. She ducks in between one and in between another and gets close to that sideline. With the number 21, she stays in. The scrum half comes back to try and get her forwards going to set this piece of attack. Not much organization there as finally a ball carrier nominates themselves. The support is quickly over it, but just getting a shoulder in between the ball and body. We see Michigan take hold of the ball. Shemek opts for the boot again. It does turn the defense around. There's a little bit of isolation there, and a chase is going well for number 11. She kicks the ball once, kicks the ball twice, and looks like the Chicago side will land on the ball.
22.
It'll be a 22-meter
Oh, yes,
drop.
it is. Sorry, goal line dropout.
It'll be a goal line dropout.
Thank you, Patrick.
After they touched it down in their own try zone.
But excellent decision making from the Michigan fly half to put the boot through. She saw plenty of space back there, sent her wiener, Brittany Salter Sheridan, on the chase. Unfortunately, Brittany kicked it forward, had some space with her, but just got outpaced by the Chicago defender who dots it down in her own try zone.
Doing a couple of spins of the ball, hoping for a lucky bounce. The drop goal goes through the two players waiting at the front and into the hands of the number 9, Loera Wiggins. And so the front row has to come in. They elect for the pick and go. Taking it right into the guts was Lorome Ortega. The support is quickly over. Shemet goes behind the heads of the forward pod, so the backs don't want to play with it. Bird ends up with it, and then just an unfortunate knock-on for our only try scorer of this match so far, Ronning. She knocks it on right within the 22.
Yeah, Ronning, the try scorer earlier in this game, just unfortunately knocks it on, and Michigan again finding themselves in that groove with the ball going sideline to sideline with possession, just slowly creeping closer to that Chicago try line, and just unfortunately for them, the mistake, unable to get this game to 2-score difference. We need to see Chicago do something here. We need to see them move the ball out of their side. They had success early in getting it deep into this Michigan territory, and we need to see that again from them.
Scrum looks evenly matched between the two sides. First scrum of the game as Chicago hold their own very well. The set piece play, they get it into the inside center hands, and she goes to boot. Bird now has it, though, and we'll see if she decides to distribute it. She does. Tries to work it wide. It goes behind the hands of Salter Sheridan. She does well to regather it and goes back into the support. Bird is there to clean it up as Loera Wiggins moves it to the forward pod, and again it goes backwards. 2 handling errors now. Not getting much ground for Michigan. Ball ends up falling out of the side of the ruck, so now Chicago are in possession of it here as everybody's got to work back. Slow to move back, though, is the attacking line, so the flanker has to take it into the middle of the defense for Michigan. Hands are good, and the leg drive is good. That buys them a couple more meters. And under a lot of pressure there at ruck time was the scrum half. It bounces once to the fly half. She does a one-handed offload, though, to the number 5. But then it gives an offload, and then the cut back inside does catch Michigan a little off feet there, as now they're just breaking ground at the 50. Again, the scrum half getting pushed back there. Support looks a little bit late, but they do well to get the pressure off of the scrum half this time. Fly half now moves it to the forwards. Nice interplay does get them around the backs, and a looping play, the extra work, gets them go forward. This is the best attacking phases that we've seen from Chicago so far. Moving it to the right-hand side, she ends up just knocking it on, and they play on. You can see the frustration almost cost her a little bit of a line break there, but she does well to take that player to ground, the number 5, Sheridan. And now the other lock getting a taste of the own medicine. The locks get the line breaks there as Meadows makes the meters. It makes a big collision there with the fullback, though. That was a try-saving tackle. Took about 2 players, though, to bring her down. Slow for the fold is Chicago as the wing does have it in hand through the hands. Ronning does get an advantage, though, for a high tackle that came in from Chicago.
Back up.
Chicago with their defensive line set, though, they do launch well, and a big hit comes in. She tackles her back on in the inside. We do still have a penalty advantage, though, for the high tackle. Shemek decides to take it in, and a nice offload at pace. Gets Loera Wiggins right into the 5 there. Looks like we might have a player down for Chicago. The play is going back towards that injured player there. Bird ends up with it. There's still a Chicago player on the ground here, so another obstacle that Michigan's going to have to fight through. Taking it right in was the number 5 after that turnover. Sheridan gets it to a fellow forward. Shemek now is ready for it. The inside center was on the outside, but somebody runs an inside line in off of it. That's Odell. Odell makes it in for a try. That'll bring our score 10-0. Chicago still not able to get any points on the board.
Wow, a lot to unpack here. Last couple minutes, we saw Chicago dominantly moving down the field, phase after phase with possession of the ball, and just a little knock on is going to cost them around a possession around midfield. And then we see Michigan take over and just walk the ball down the pitch, phase after phase. A couple nice passes, couple nice offloads, and the inside line by Odell to put it over the line and put 5 more points on the board for this Michigan side. Excellent work from them.
And it looks like Michigan just have a lot of really good distributors. Shemek is just really creative there in the middle, and you can see how much it means whenever a fly half gets that inside line to the wing. Kick goes through, so Shemek will convert her own assist for that try. We just saw Odell able to drop it down pretty close to the stick. So our score now 12-0. Chicago down. And we haven't really played a lot of rugby even down in this end in Michigan's side, Nick.
No, except for those first few minutes early in the game when Chicago was knocking on the door. We've seen Michigan very dominant, and until Chicago was moving the ball down the field, and then just unfortunately that knock on about midfield just turned all the momentum back into Michigan, and Chicago needs to pick it up. They need to get a good defensive stand here and get this ball back because, as you said, Shemek is doing a tremendous job for Michigan as that distributor, as that playmaker so far.
It's sloppy here. Okay.
Chicago ready to rumble. We'll see if they start to get a fire lit under them on defense. It looks a little bit disconnected there, but they just run right back into it. The number 5 for Michigan. Ball ends up in the hands of Shemek, and Shemek is smacked by Chicago. Looks like the ball just ends up dropping once in between Warren's hands, the number 3. So it'll be a scrum now going to Chicago. About center scrum.
And Chicago here able to see what they can do off of a set piece in Michigan territory. As we just said, we haven't been in this side since the early minutes of the game, but a chance for Chicago here to possibly put some points on this board and get back into this game.
20 minutes gone, and it looks like some substitutes came on. The number 23, the number 8 is making some moves there, slices through the defense and is still going strong. Gotta say that it looks like Katie Sanford, who played not even in the last match. She looks like she's on for Chicago after playing for Chicago earlier in a blowout performance against Wisconsin. Chicago now find a fire lit under them. They do have an offload if they can get the support there quickly, but it looks like there might have been somebody who got their hands in there. The poach was good, but the penalty was not here over on the right-hand side. It looks like we do have our outside center, the yellow card. She decides to take it in herself and then makes her presence known here early on. Now 5-12 after sitting out for an early yellow card. The number 13, who we don't have the number for, she dots it down, and now Chicago finally gets some points.
Yeah, unfortunately, no name for number 13 of Chicago, but she seems to be a fiery spirit for this Chicago side. She came in. Unfortunately, she had that yellow card on defense earlier, playing a little too aggressively for the official, but came in right back in off that yellow card and put her team on the board, put some points on, cut this lead down. And now we're going to have this kick to see if Chicago can make it a 5-point game.
Fullback set for the conversion. Gives a good power to it, but it veers to the left here, so the conversion is no good. 5-12. We still have Michigan in the lead, but Chicago finally demonstrating the all-star side that we've seen.
Yes, Chicago finding some life off of that knock on from Michigan. And we know what Chicago is capable of when they have the ball, and we just needed to see them get out of deep in their own territory to finally see them work their offense in a great pick and go from the 8 off of the scrum, really set them up nicely deep in Michigan territory for that try.
Shemekta there on the shot. She will take the restart. The height looks good, and Chicago's able to get underneath it as the number 23 gets going. She knocks it on, though, and so now Michigan are on the attack. The leg drive does force Chicago to have to get back on sides here. And they are setting up well in their attack, but the defensive pressure that comes in from the outside center gets Bird under a lot of pressure after a nice offload to relieve the pressure, but she gets in behind the defense there. The line looks strong for Chicago as they come up as a unified force, and right now Michigan are under a lot of pressure here. They're moving backwards. Looks like somebody's a little bit slow to get out there. Things are getting slightly messy, but referee says play on. Shemek trying to relieve that pressure. She boots it through. And Shemek still putting on a chase there. She ends up picking one player. Gets up, though, and then going to boot quickly is Chicago. It doesn't get a lot of distance, though, so we end up just right at the 22. Falling down a little bit awkwardly there. The support comes in for Michigan as they are attacking now. Shemek connects with Sheridan, excuse me. Digging for it is Loera Wiggins. The ball goes up over the head of one of the props, so it will be a knock on there. And Chicago will get scrum, but they've got a long way to go before they enter into their territory that they want to be in.
But excellent defensive work from Chicago. They had heavy line pressure for a few phases there, pushing Michigan backwards. Shemek notices this. She puts a kick through inside the 22, and just unfortunately, they regain possession, but a knock on here again is going to spoil Michigan's possession time, and we're going to have Chicago here. They're going to go with this 8-man pick and go again.
And Sanford, of course, gets well in front of the scrum there, getting a decent amount of line break. Moving it now through to the scrum half and the outside center. I think that might be the number 22. These are a little off kilter, but right there, the number 5 slices through one defender, gets around one, and then Bird just using the arms finally gets a shoulder in and brings her down right outside of the 50. They're now into the territory. They move it back over the line to get some depth there, and making a couple of meters is the number 1 for Chicago. The number 13, who is the try scorer, decides to pick and go and takes it right into some hungry forwards. Looks like they're going to try and hold it up there. The number 8 does yank it down, so they move it back to the right-hand side, switching directions there. Nobody really putting a shoulder in, a lot of arm tackles. They get a go forward, but ruck time. It's a little competitive there. They move it through the hands. They get it to the second attacker who gives it a boot. The ball does stay in, so it's a clever little kick, and it looks like a knock-on by Michigan in the backfield will get a reward for Chicago as they'll have a scrum down in their half.
Yeah, and yet again, Chicago, we're going to see a scrum in the Michigan side of field. The elect to go to boot there with the go forward ball. Found some space, but Michigan unable to catch it cleanly and take the ball up the sideline. She had some space there, just unfortunate knock on for her. But Chicago yet again setting up a scrum in Michigan territory. And these scrums have looked good all day, very competitive. And Chicago coming away with every scrum that they've put in their own side. So I expect the same here.
Looks like there might be a player making their way on over. Probably might have just needed an extra second there. Looks like it was the hooker, so she'll go ahead and take a center stage, arms up, ready to go. the shimmy. Chicago will get set for the scrum there and finally make their way into Michigan's half.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Scrum is stable between the two sides. Sanford puts a boot out to keep the ball in. Ball hits the deck once and then it goes to the fly half. Doing a nice little inside line though. The inside center moves it to the outside center. She tucks it, so we'll see if she can get the ball away. The ball bounces once and ends up in the hands of the number 11. Bird there though, like a hawk, brings her down. And it decides to get up and contest at ruck time. Takes out 2, but leaves the 1, so the ruck is fine. Continuing now to try and find some space around the hands. Electing to take it right into some defenders is the number 6. And again, some vulnerability around ruck time there as a textbook counter ruck comes in by Chicago, or by Michigan, excuse me. Now Michigan are going to go ahead and do one step right back on the inside, get some space, but also gets the knock on there. Looks like players went down to get ready for the ball. The knock on goes in favor of Chicago.
As Chicago just working through the phases, unfortunately got there a little late on their own ruck. Michigan with the textbook counter ruck, as you said, Darian, and just able to turn the ball over, but unable to hold the ball through the process of the tackle. And now Chicago again going to set up for the scrum. They've been successful when they go to their number 23 off this pick from the scrum. I wonder if they'll do it here, if they're going to let the backs run around a little bit.
The scrum stays stable, and somebody who bobbles it, though, is the fly half after getting the pass from the scrum half. There is some bodies being stood up there as the body height contest just not looking optimal for Chicago. Chicago now move it to the left, and that ball looks like it might have gone forward, but referee says a play on. Coming back inside is Chicago. Chicago left for the pick and go. The flanker decides to take it into Bird. She offloads it one-handed to the prop, and the prop with the work. Shemek cuts the dream down short. The number 15 picks it up and tries to get over. She gets cut short though. And this is a turn of events. Sanford moves it to the number 8 there. And quickly taken to ground though by a good chase by Michigan. The ball ends up getting knocked on, so Michigan are well rewarded. They'll have the ability to attack out. We'll see if we'll come back for the scrum. We do. And that scrum will be deep within the 22 in Michigan's half.
Oh my goodness, that is the second time Chicago has lost possession of the ball close to Michigan's try line, once in the first few minutes of this game, and now here yet again. They've left some points on the board early in this match. Just great line speed, great breakaway run here from Chicago as we watch the replay, and then ball's going to go through hands, and just unfortunately in the tackle, knocked on, and Michigan able. Oh, she just stripped it right out of her hands for the knock, but Michigan now gonna have a scrum for them deep in their own territory. We'll probably see Shemek on the boot again, Darian. She's been successful with it all day, clearing her side.
What about you, Megan? Anything?
Shemek definitely the orchestrator for this attack for Michigan. Looks like we are getting some water. This is definitely a turn of events. Yesterday, players really didn't need all of the water. We had enough come in from the sky yesterday. Conditions were completely different, so players are actually able to showcase their skills without having to battle Mother Nature, rain in on a rugby parade here. It'll be a black put in, so Michigan will go ahead and compete at the scrum. 12-5 though, it's not by much, and we still have about 12 minutes left to go here in this first half. Ball goes in, and the front row is putting a lot of pressure there. Holding strong though is the lock and the 8-man, having to dig in a little bit more. Shemek goes straight to boot. You called it, Nick. Probably a good plan there, and gives a nice kick that rolls out of bounds there, which relieves a lot of pressure. off of Michigan. That bought them about 40 meters. So now we'll have a line out going in favor of Chicago.
Yeah, Shemek just doing what she's done all day. She's been excellent on the boot, excellent finding the space, and there she does. Gets a couple rules in play before going into touch. And Chicago still going to have possession on Michigan's side of the field, but nowhere near the try line where they were a few minutes ago.
Only one in the receiver. I need one of you back. Okay.
Chicago go up to the middle pod, and holding on to it by the skin of her fingers was the number 7. She gets it to the number 11, who's playing scrum half, and the fly half gets it to the number 23 at 8-man. All of the numbers coming at you with no names, unfortunately. The outside center now trying to take the hinge. She's taken down quickly, though, by her opposing number. Oh, that looks like it's actually the number 6, Broders. Broders takes her to ground, and the fly half is there to quickly get it away to the forwards. Gives them 2 options on either side as Chicago elect for left. The fullback moves it into the hands of the prop, who moves it back inside to the hooker. And so they're doing a good job now of building a well-connected attack here. It goes over the head of one of the props, and they've got numbers to burn if they can move it out left. Sanford decides not to. Moving it back to the right-hand side. It looks like the ball has gotten knocked backwards, so they've got to lose some meters and clean it up, reset their attack. We've got options either side and utilize the right-hand side as the forward pod is there and waiting. They decide to secure this with about 4 people there in the middle with that ruck. Ball possession is important here. Ball goes wide. Taken quickly down is the flanker. She gives the ball back inside to the inside center to get away from that sideline, the one who never misses. Looks like the number 13 is over there, Kleber. And Kleber will get the penalty there after a long string of phases that came in from Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago has been late to the ruck a couple of times. We've seen Michigan take advantage. They've been heavy counter ruck all game long, and they're again using it to their advantage, regaining possession as Chicago was closing in on their 22-meter.
Shemek goes to boot.
Back 10. It was knocked out and then played by an offside player.
So it was knocked back on into the try zone, and then the player in front did play it. So unfortunate heartbreak there for
Okay, go ahead.
Chicago, as they now have to move up back 10, and Michigan will get a penalty right there on the 40 in Chicago's half. Shemek will use the boot again. It doesn't get as much distance as what she'd probably want, so it'll go out about 30 meters outside of the try zone there. 12-5, and it would mean a lot if Michigan were able to get one more try in against Chicago going into the half.
Yeah, both of these teams, very strong teams. For Michigan to add to this lead going into half would be tremendous. For Chicago to hold this lead close, they know they can make a comeback in the second half. Would be great for them defensively as well.
Doing well to get in front of the space was Chicago, so Chicago now have the opportunity to try and get out of this end. Sanford is determined to get the party started here as they go to ground, and then now they've got some numbers to burn to the left-hand side. They get stuck under some pressure defense that comes in from Michigan, and it looks like Ronning, the number 14 for Michigan, ends up with it, gets them into some nice attacking position. They get into the 22. Using the hands, though, the ball just seems to be placed perfectly in front for their middle forward pod to hit on at pace. Attack looks a little bit flat here, so the inside step, though, does get a line break, and she throws a pass to Shemek, who then veers it to the right-hand side. The defensive launch, though, looks good from Chicago, as it looks aggressive and tenacious. Forces a knock on there from the outside center, and so it'll go back to Chicago. And Chicago right now just looking like they're going to have to play a lot of defense as they enter into the last minutes of this first half.
Yeah, but number 13 for Chicago, ferocious on defense as she has been all game long. Not getting a yellow card there, but just excellent line speed, excellent line pressure from her. able to turn the ball over for her side. That is the, I believe, second or third time she's been able to do that today with her line speed. So great work from her.
Scrum always stable for Chicago. They win that one, and this attack looks a little bit more promising. There is a gap that kind of opens up around the outside center in the wing, but the outside center does well to come across and might have almost forced a turnover there, but our scrum half for Chicago does well to get to ground. The forward pod comes up and collides well with the defensive launch. Line speed by Michigan. They're desperate to get the ball back. The ball hits the deck once, ends up into the hands of our try scorer and defensive contender. Unfortunately, though, the kick just looks like it didn't really get a lot of distance there, and Bird's got something to work with. The wings are flying as she gets well into the 22 here. Support comes in well for Michigan. It looks like Shemek is there, but referee blows.
We're going to go back for the initial penalty back here. Yeah. Don't lift the forearm, okay? All right, we're going to come back for the first penalty.
Looks like both teams were charged with maybe a little something, but this penalty back here was the original penalty, so referee will bring it back
ahead of the kick.
For an offsides ahead of that kicker that came in from the outside center. Schmeck there with ball in hand.
Haley Meadows, number 4, Michigan, just leading with the forearm going into contact, said the referee, said can't do that, but lucky for you, Chicago had committed an earlier penalty. So we'll go back to that one. Shemek to the boot again, doing a good job finding touch. And Michigan now knocking on the door.
Michigan having a daunting forward pack. We haven't really seen a lot of lineouts for Michigan, so trying to sort this out again. All of the mates on each team have come from their respective regions. They play for different sides, and they come together for this All-Star weekend after a grueling 15 season. So the passion for rugby is real, and so is the talent. They go to the front pod, and they do well to get it, and they just had to maul right outside. And this forward pack, like we just talked about, is daunting. They are staying persistent there in the fight, but finally Chicago come in and flood through. It's going backwards as Shemek gets it into the hands of the wing. There's a little bit of a half gap that opens up. Somebody might have almost gotten caught around the collar, but we do want to work the body height down as more supporting players come around for the next string of attack here. Bird's under a little bit of pressure, and just untouched was Salter Sheridan. Salter Sheridan will get a try on the board after a beautiful drawn pass by Bird. And so our score now 17-5 with Michigan still on top.
Yes, excellent work. Excellent teamwork here from Michigan. As you said, these all-star girls coming in from their respective teams, but didn't look like it there. Looks like they've been practicing all year round together. Excellent line out to the maul. Chicago does a good job driving it back, but then Michigan working it all the way to the opposite sideline where we see Brittany Salter Sheridan getting her first try on the board for today.
Shemek will take this conversion. She is 1 for 2. And
40 seconds.
Right at the 15. Just taking the time, making sure the angle is right. I'm sure that both teams are ripe and ready to go to halftime. Shemek there finally discerning that this angle is going to be solid. Let's see what Shemek's pre-kick routine is. Stealthily comes up, attacks the ball. It bounces off of the left post, so it is no good. So right now she's 1 for 3 off of the boot, but Shemek, one thing to be commended about her is, Nick, she is just in everything, whether that be distributing, and they do get the ball so quickly to their back line. It will be
by the time we take the kick.
She has been. Shemek has 100% been the driving force of this Michigan offense. She's been involved in all 3 tries, has done all the kicking for that side. Just excellent work from her all around, not only today, but all weekend long for this Michigan side.
And so now the strategy for Chicago will be how to contain Michigan. The kick goes in and it goes through the legs of a Michigan player there. Shemek just goes straight to boot. So looks like that will bring us to half. So 17-5 here in this plate final for the Thunderbird Championships. We've got Michigan on top of Chicago. We still have a whole other half to bring to you. Stay with us, team. Welcome back, team. The Midwest Rugby Union is hosting the Thunderbird Championships. We are here now talking shop about Michigan versus Chicago for the plate championship here in Lamont, Illinois at the Blaze Stadium. Right now, we've got Michigan on top of Chicago after a bit of a back and forth, but it looked like Michigan kind of took that one and ran ahead with it right before the half. So 17-5, they are on top. My name is Darian Lovelace. I'm joined here by Nick Cummings. Nick, what does Chicago need to do in order to try and come back against Michigan?
Well, Chicago's done a tremendous job when they have heavy pressure defense, heavy line pressure on defense. They've been able to get several turnovers that way. But when they have the ball, they need to get out of their own own. They've been very successful in the Michigan side of the half, but they need to put the ball in the try zone. We've seen twice inside, they've been inside the Michigan 5 meter and have turned the ball over. So just clean up the mistakes when you are close to that try zone so you can get points on the board. And other than that, defensively, keep your line pressure up, and you will cause these turnovers like you did in the first half.
I want to make sure nothing bad happened in the line out.
Pressure already mounting, though, at the line out. At the set piece, Chicago able to weasel their way in there. So it looks like that scrum will go in favor of Chicago. So it would be a put in by the number 11. Again, we don't have those numbers, unfortunately, for Chicago. We do have Michigan, but it looks like some of the players from Chicago's earlier game against Wisconsin, where they won 73-0 for that plate consolation match. It looks like a couple of those Chicago players might be playing some more rugby today. So you just can't get enough of it. And somebody who can't get enough is that front row as they almost dominate Michigan, but the defensive pressure just allows more time to come up for Michigan, and they're just making a mess of things there at ruck time. Referee unhappy with the response from Chicago, so the not rolling away penalty will get them in the center of the field, well within Chicago's half. So Shemek is going to look to boot this one. And the ball clears after hitting the hands of one of the players. Pretty close to the sideline there, so it'll still be a line out for Michigan, but it's right on the 5, and that's not how you want to start the half if you're Chicago.
It is not. And I'm surprised Shemek didn't get an attempt at goal there on that penalty. We've seen her have the boot. She has the distance, but the kick to touch working for Michigan all the more at the 5 meter line now, knocking on the doorstep like they were late in that first half for some more points.
Shemek wants the forwards to handle the job there. Forwards, though, don't do well at the line out, so it generates a turnover for Chicago there. Chicago will look to get out of this end. The fly half, though, looks like she had to go in, and a little bit of some miscues happened down there. They're putting themselves under a lot of pressure here. This defensive line getting set by Michigan. They're getting to the center of the pitch now, so they're going to have to run through a couple more phases. They want to be able to exit out of this end here. Moving it out to the right-hand side, going to boot right from the jump is the number 20. The ball does roll past the wing and into touch. Bird's not able to come across quick enough there, so it rolls out right at the 40, and that's a good clearing kick for Chicago.
That is a good clearing kick from Chicago. A couple phases inside your own 5 meter line. All you want to do is get it away, relieve the pressure, and an excellent kick. Found the space, was able to get a couple bounces before finding touch, and now 40 meters out. But Michigan didn't have the best line out on the last one, ended up turning it over. So let's see if they can get this one clean.
Fenley set for the throw-in. It does connect well, though, with Peskin. Peskin gets it to the 9, who then gets it to Shemek. Shemek moves it to the back, and it met quickly is the number 22, actually putting Kleber right on the ground along with the ball. Weren't expecting for the ball to go that far backwards. They've got to realign, and hitting on a place, though, is Odell. She has a try to her name already as the forwards come across, get a little bit too close to the scrum half, so they don't get a lot of go forward there. Coming in from the offside position, though, referee said that the ball was not out, so looks like that might be the number 13 again, I believe. She's already got a yellow card after the first half. So Shemek will go right to boot. It stays in, though, and hangs on the fingertips of one of the Great Waters players. She's got to stay inside, though. All of that for naught as she's tossed out of bounds
13.
there. And so Michigan will have a line out.
No, you're way offside. All right. I need you space. No,
A
I'm
great
not gonna tell
job
you.
from
You know where the
Chicago
offside line
keeping
is.
that kick
Stay
from
behind.
Shemek in. Just
I
unfortunately
don't want to have to send you off again.
ran into touch themselves. Chicago player gave the ball back outside to her lone teammate with no support instead of passing it back to the middle of the field where there were some of her teammates, and just unfortunately turned it over.
Ellen, what do you have?
Not a clean line out there. Michigan just having some difficulties with it. And as we said, these are all-star teams. They don't get the chance to practice very often, if at all, before showing up to the tournament this weekend. So some miscommunication details on that one we'll chalk it up to.
So we'll have a scrum 15 meters outside of the sideline after a not straight penalty.
Crouch. Bind.
And Chicago will be in charge of this put in. Ball rolls through and it gets to the back. She looks like she might have gotten tied up there by a turf monster, so falls down quickly there as Chicago move it through the hands and get it into the hands of the number 13, who's fast over the line. She gets it past, and that was Clever. Clever gives a big hit to not just the number 13, but that ball carrier as well. Knocks her out of bounds, so there will be a line out for Michigan.
It's just excellent work here by Clever, playing the ball very well on her opposition number, and then a big hit into touch, turning the ball over. Excellent work from her defensively.
Give me a good tunnel block.
Michigan looks like they did not sort it out for the line out there, so Chicago happy to pick this one up. And they get a solid leg drive that comes in by the number 3. Taking in for it is the number 11, moves it to this left-hand side and cutting back in very well is the number 3. So now they're over the 40. And it looks like Michigan might have gotten their hands in there a little bit too quickly. Hands were on the ground, so the number 11 elects to go quick. She dots in between one, goes in between another, moves it away from the pressure area, and the hands look good. Electing to keep it now is the number 22. She gets back inside after seeing a gap that closed quickly by the Michigan defense coming across. Moving it now to the outside center's hand. She moves it to the wing. The wing still has room to work with and stays in well after Bird claps her to ground and then comes up for the counter ruck. Bird is making a mess of things, but it's not enough as the ball continues to move to the right-hand side. Now this is some good interplay happening now by Chicago.
Back up.
Continuing now to work it into the center of the pitch now. They are right in front of the sticks, but about 5-7 meters out, and it looks like there might be a little bit of isolation there. She might have gone by herself, so forwards have to come across. The ruck is almost lost, but they do a lot to clean it up. And Chicago are just going to have to get set on the attack, slow things down. They move quickly, though, to the right-hand side. It looks like we might have had a substitute come on as well, as the number 10 takes it in, gives one step, gives another, and goes right back into the support. Michigan holding strong on their defense as the number 1 goes quick, drops the shoulder, and then gets over for the try. So now Chicago 10-17 now. We're seeing a little bit of life and a little bit of connectivity.
Yeah, Chicago, excellent phase play there. Went through at least a dozen phases there to get it over the try line. Excellent teamwork from them. The pick and go here at the end, had no support with her, knew she had to get it over the line and down on the ground, or else that ball might have been turned over. But Chicago doing an excellent work there in support of their teammates, not giving Michigan a chance on those counter rucks. Kick is unfortunately short and no good, but Chicago finds themselves back in this game. It is a 1-score game now, 17-10. Here, 10 minutes into this second half. Plenty of time to work with, Darian.
Gotta get back.
Nothing but time now, 30 minutes still left to go in this matchup, and As you said, it is a 1-point game, so it is up to anybody. Now, both teams did have to play in matches yesterday. It looks like even on Chicago's side, there are some people that already played in a game today. So we'll slowly start to see the fatigue start to set in and see if the decision making starts to change a little bit as those tired legs and tired minds start to set in for championship weekend. Shemek gets set for the restart. And our game will get underway with a nice kick that goes deep within the 22. Back to clean it up is the outside center who goes around one, goes around the other, and then runs it right into two defenders. Ball squirts out the side, but over it quickly is the scrum half for the side. And making some beautiful progress is the number 19. She throws it up and throws it into the chest of a ball carrier who looks like she might have knocked it straight down. So play will continue on. They're under a lot of pressure there as the ball goes backwards, and Michigan look like they've fallen on top of it quicker as they look to move it away from the pressure area. They are successful in it, so it does buy them a little bit of time there as the flanker gets in, but the prop coming in to try and stop this passage of play here.
Over the shoulder. Sorry.
It was a high tackle, though, at the point of contact, so Michigan will get a penalty.
Yeah, excellent defensive line pressure there to steal that ball from Chicago, and now with an opportunity to get it close for another line out that hasn't looked cleaned as of late. But we're going to see Michigan 5 meters out with an opportunity to add to this lead that Chicago just cut down.
Megan, you got the corner.
A little bit slow to get to the line out is Michigan as they talk about what their plan of action is.
Wait, give me a step.
So hopefully the communication will be sorted so that the line out will fall into place here. Getting set for it is Fennelly. Fennelly lobs it over the top. It looks like they finally got somebody to the air. Peskin's just not able to gather it. Anyways, Michigan get it, and Shemek gives a very flat ball to a nice crash line that comes in from Kleber, and Kleber will go ahead and get over the line for a score. And as soon as Chicago get a try of their own, Michigan answer back very quickly.
Yeah, not the cleanest lineup, but getting possession of the ball is most important. And Kleber, with an excellent line off of her teammate, caught Chicago off guard defensively and able to go through right through multiple defenders, puts it down on the try line. She's excited for her try, and just adding to this lead, Michigan now getting it back to a 2-score game. Right when we thought Chicago had some momentum, Michigan tears it down.
Shemek will look to convert that try after two brilliant assists. Got two of her mates into the try zone. So she'll look to convert this. Right now she's at 1 for 3 off the tee. She'll bring that to 2 for 4 there as the conversion is good. So Chicago just seeing their opportunities to take the lead just chip away as we enter into a 24-10 difference. So 2 converted tries separating Chicago and Michigan here as Chicago will get set for the restart.
And Chicago has not been the best off the tee today. 0 for 2 just to start this one, and so they may need more than 2 converted tries to get back into this game.
A heavy ask for Chicago as their defensive line puts on the pressure there, and it forces Shemek to give it back into Sheridan. Sheridan does well, though, to get the support going. Shemek gives a skip pass and ends up in the hands of Bird. Now Bird is flirting with the sideline a little bit, but the clear out is clearly not legal. So referee wasn't happy with the standard of that play. So penalty goes in favor of Chicago.
Yeah, just not up to the referee's standards on that one. And now Chicago with a chance. They're going to kick the touch, and
Never hit the line.
ball does not find touch, so Michigan's going to pick it up here and play with it.
Bird does well to find the support. She makes it to the 22 and at center field. So the forwards there are waiting and able to set up the attack. Looks like all of their options are on the left-hand side there. So Bird moves it to, looks like that might be the inside center. That's Rodessler.
Back up. Offside again.
Back there is the forward. It looks like an offsides penalty, though, comes in against Chicago.
Back up.
So they can risk it all if they'd like. Shemek gives it to the forwards, who are still trying to work around powerhouses like the number 1 on Chicago. The defensive launch is still holding strong here. If they can't break the line yet, you'll have to wonder if we'll come back for the advantage. Bird gets it to, it looks like that might be a substitute that came on as they work it back through the hands. The number 6 moves it to Bird, who then gets it to Meadows. Looks like everybody touches the ball on this Michigan side. Shemek gives a little top hat and then gives a boot to ball. Ball goes up and it stays in play as well as it's picked up by the number 14. Looks like it might have gotten knocked on, though, by one hand. So Michigan will get a scrum, but the defensive pressure that just came in from Chicago forced Shemek to have to make that kick.
Yeah, Chicago picking up the defensive line pressure, now down 14. They know they need to get this ball, and they need to get it in Michigan territory, as they have not had much success working it from their side of the field. And Shemek doing the smart thing, as she has done all day, kicking it to the space. And then, unfortunately, Chicago just with the knock on, and now we're going to see Michigan around midfield with this ball.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Michigan with 24 points to the name. That front row remains steady in their feet to win the ball back. So Shemek gets it, and Shemek takes a chance at the line, almost slides through, but is taken down by her opposing number. And right there, a not releasing penalty comes in against Michigan after a line break by Shemek. And going quickly is the outside center. She offloads it right back inside, and more Michigan players are just coming in. Bird trying to get her taste at it. The outside center moves it to the number 19. And over top of the ball is Chicago, keeping the ball in play. And in the ruck security looks good. The number 3 has to bounce off her own buddy in the pod, but again, this ruck that's just
11.
not holding strong against Michigan's counter attempts is successful for them. So a penalty goes for Michigan against Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago just getting there a little late to the party again at their own ruck. And Michigan taking full advantage. They sent 2 players in there for that counter ruck and are able to get the possession out of the ball. And Shemek doing an excellent job switching the field here and finding touch for her side, as she's done all day.
Yeah, I talked to 3.
And now, Darian, if you're Chicago, about 20 minutes left in this game, you've got 10 points to your name, and you need to add at least 14 more.
Not getting back fast enough.
What's something you've seen they need to clean up a little bit?
Honestly, they just need to get a little bit more mean. I feel like that's whenever the last 20 minutes is whenever all the aggression really comes out. So we're already seeing big hits start to flood in for Michigan. So it looks like they might hear the advice there.
Who just came
Looks
on?
like substitutes, though, are having to be sorted for Michigan. Referee not
You need
happy.
to report at the table.
So number 23 has to make sure that everybody's on the same page here.
Okay.
She's been in the game for a while. I don't know what the problem is with her, but
we're gonna do it right here. Back 10 white.
She might have gone off for a minute and then came back on. Some of these sides. Again, they played in a match yesterday, and then also probably only brought a set number of people. Some people had to travel far in order to get to Illinois. So it looks like she might have gone out and then it came back in. Shemek will reset for that penalty, so she'll go to boot.
Thanks, Megan.
Kicks it
I
straight
was not
out.
aware.
So the line out looks like it's about 30 meters outside of the defending Chicago side.
Michigan's lineouts have not been the cleanest. Before that last penalty, we saw Chicago steal the lineouts, so Chicago looking to do that again.
Zelma, the number 16, comes in, and it's a heavy ask to ask any hooker to come in and make a perfect throw. So the front pod looks like they might have knocked it on at the front, so it'll be a Chicago scrum in order to try and get out of this end and hopefully add some more points on the board. Last 20 minutes of the weekend, so one of the players is really going to have to light a fire under everybody. We'll see who that player could possibly be for Chicago.
Crouch.
And number 13 has done it defensively and has also had a couple good runs for Chicago. Let's see if she can make an impact here if they go her side.
The scrum under a lot of pressure there on the right-hand side, and referee not happy with the wheel of that. The turn ends up getting a penalty that goes to Michigan. So after Chicago looked like they were going to try and get out of this end, they still have to play some more rugby. Giving the quick tap and then getting it into the hands of the lock. Meadows has no problem finding green grass there. And Shemek now will have it in hands. It's a dummy switch, and the ball ends up hitting the ground at the same time it falls into the center's hands there. Bird is there and waiting for it. She's got to take it into two Chicago defenders. As the blue and white gets set, Shemek gives a cut back inside, and Shemek is untouched there as she gets an opportunity to attack. Connects well with Odell. That makes got them an early try, the first one of the match there. The line speed looks steady though, coming in from Chicago there as their line gets set. Goes behind the back of the outside center into Schmeck's hands. She gets it to the number 14 who has the speed to burn, gets it so sickeningly close to that sideline there. But they continue to press on. Shemek connects with Odell. Odell gives it to Meadows, and everybody just kind of falling into contact. This entire body setting in early here for Michigan, and it looks like Chicago's going to go in there and try and counter-ruck there. The ball does end up in Chicago's hands as the number 14 does a little bit of a shake and bake moves, and they're moving it now to center field. Not going to need it though is the number 1 as the number 11 connects well, and the leg drive gets them going. So Chicago now well out of the 22 now, a little bit of indecisiveness. They go in with the pick and go right back into that pressure area. Ball squirts out the side and through the boot. As looks like a hand might have gone up to the right, but referee thought to allow play to continue. Bird is back there to receive the kick. Bird's got some speed to burn there after she gets tackled. And trying to get over that space quickly is the flanker for Chicago. This defensive line, though, maintaining its defensive shape, but not necessarily putting a shoulder in there. And the fold looks relatively slow. Seeing that, they will look to move it through the hands. The number 13, though, Kleber. Kleber's already got to try to rename, and Kleber comes across, but sniped down quickly by the number 14. Chicago stops that momentum going. I think this is some tiring phases. I'm about to lose breath just watching it play out. A penalty finally for Chicago, and you can see what it means. They get called back, and they're going to go ahead and give the quick tap. The number 11 ready to play there as the replacement, and the mate who's been in for most of the game, the number 23, takes it over the 50 now. Chicago playing with a lot of speed as they hit the line at pace there, and Shemek's got to come in and make a big tackle. After some nice line breaks and sideways running, they're looking for the offload there as the one hand goes up, and somebody almost got their hands in there. The number 7, Odell, almost snatched that one. The fold is coming as it is slow to get the ball out there. Looks like somebody might be down in front. Going to the boot, though, is the number 20, and there is a good chase, though. The number 20 is coming across well, and Sport's coming in, too. We see an offload off of the back, and Chicago now getting pretty creative around that area. The number 19 picks and goes herself and gets tackled right back into all of the Chaos Broders. Hurts her to grass. And now we're at the 5 meter, so Chicago still have more rugby left to play. As they call in for the pick and goes, the number 1 gets over. She gets over the line. 15-24, Chicago answer back. We got 15 minutes left to play, and now that just closed it down to possibly a one-score game.
Wow, very hectic couple of minutes there, not only for the players, but for you as well, Darian. You said you were out of breath yourself just talking about what's going on the field. And you can see these ladies are tired. It's their second day in a row of an 80-minute match. But Chicago doing everything right there defensively to get the ball back, the kick through to herself for the number 20. Kick is short, but Chicago doing everything right there defensively. The little kick through to herself for number 20, getting the offload, and number 1, her second try of the day, back to back for her, cutting the lead. 24-15, conversion not good, so still down 2 scores is this Chicago side. But excellent work from them the last couple of minutes with about 14 minutes left on our clock. Does Chicago have it in them to bring this back?
And we got 15 minutes left, guys.
And next up, we will have the Cup final for this Midwest Thunderbird competition. That'll be between Ohio and Minnesota. So those 2 sides preparing for the culmination of our Thunderbird weekend here in Lamont, Illinois. Michigan are set and ready for the kick.
No, I have 24-15. 3 unconverted tries for White.
And our referee also did just confirm that score with us as well. So 24-15, that rings true. Everybody's on the same page. And it's funny because when you asked earlier what you're thinking in the last 20 minutes of the game, I love the contact, but a saying that always pops into my mind is we ain't done. So Chicago look like they're not done yet or ready to go home without a fight. So Michigan are still going to have to hold strong here.
Yes, still plenty of time on that clock for Chicago to put a couple tries on the board.
Shemek gives a good restart to go to the sideline, and they handle it very well as Chicago now are within the 40, and support comes in, the outside center now looking to move it to the forward pack. They go in and going and tackling, getting right back into that pressure area. They go to the scrum half, who then moves it to the number 2. Replacements coming on here as more and more players. They connect well in the center field there. It looks like that's a replacement, number 25, who gives it to the number 20 at pace. The number 20 now gets a line break. She's taken down by Bird. Bird almost over the top there. That counter ruck might have just saved them from a try. And Nick, you just said it perfectly. If you're Chicago, that knock-on just hurts.
No, excellent work from Chicago here. As you said, the replacements coming on and doing what they're meant to do with the fresh legs, putting some life into this team and just trying to go a little too quickly as the counter ruck comes in, and number 25 just unable to get the ball out cleanly. She saw green grass in front of her, wanted to go quick, wanted to keep that momentum going, and just unfortunately for Chicago, knocked on. And now Michigan going to slow it down and take their time.
Michigan seemed like it's a little bit chaotic there at the scrum. It's stolen, though. Chicago got it. So now Chicago give a beautiful flat pass to the number 12. The number 13 ducks under a possibly high tackle. Their advantage does go out, so Adele did get charged with a high tackle there. They're going to go ahead and go quickly to boot. And they are off to the races here. Hitting at center field. They hit up just straight into the heart of Michigan. Michigan right now on the back foot there, as this attack now moving very quickly is getting them to go forward. They've got the overload to the right if they decide to use it, but looks like there might have been a little bit of a penalty that happens down on the right against Michigan. They're not back 10, it looks like, so referee goes to his ARs for that, and he's gonna take some time off. And Nick, we might be looking at a possible card.
Wow, Chicago here just putting the pressure on and causing Michigan several mistakes in a row. And the referee is reaching into his pocket, and we will see a yellow card now. This game not out of reach yet for Chicago, and Michigan giving them some help with now a player down.
Megan, where's my second 10?
But Chicago,
For the second
as
10,
we
where's that
said,
mark gonna be?
these substitutes came in and are doing exactly
Okay, very good. Thank
what
you.
you're supposed to do as a substitute. Breathe life back into your team when they're down. And that's exactly what they're doing.
And already the replacement gets them 1 meter outside. They move it back inside to the number 23, who takes it right in. And so now 20-24, Chicago answer back. We've got 10 minutes left to go here in this Women's Plate Championship. And Nick, these finishers, it looks like some of them recognizing the faces there from that earlier Chicago win. I think that they kind of have Chicago area or intermingling a little bit. But this number 23, man, she's something else.
Yeah, she's been great work all game long since she came to the game. We saw her right away with those pick and goes off the scrums, gaining great meters for her team, and now late in the game, putting her team on the board, putting her team within 1 possession of this game. I believe that kick was no good. So 24-20, but now just a 1 possession game for the Chicago team with still about 10 minutes to go.
And also now Michigan are playing a man down after that yellow card, so you got to wonder if she'll be allowed back onto the pitch for the rest of this game. Shemek gets set for the kick, and now Michigan are going to have to answer a lot of questions here. Ball goes up, and it lands in the same spot here. Chicago do well to field it. It goes around, and Odell tries to put an arm through there, but not able to get the opposing flanker down. They do well to get within the 40, and some tips. Some of the space is starting to open up now as Chicago really unleash it here. They're moving the ball a lot quicker now as it goes through the hands, into the hands of the number 14. A nice drawn pass gets into the hands of the number 22, and the number 23 now has it. She's got to stay inside, and by just the fingertips, the ball stays in bounds. Looks like, though, after that second option, it goes backwards, so it'll be a knock-on. But this is the best series that we've seen from Chicago thus far. And unfortunately, it's just within the last 10, though.
Yeah, Chicago really turning it around, as you said, in the last 10 minutes.
Megan, go ahead and take that side.
If they played like this all game, it definitely would have been, probably would have a different score line here. But Michigan needs to pick it up, needs to turn it around, realize there is still time left in this game. They cannot give up yet. Even though they've had to lead the entire game, Chicago is still within reach to take this one away from them in the last minutes.
Chicago looking to take it away from them at the scrum. They put on a little bit of a shove, but it gets out to the Michigan back line, and Kleber's got it. Kleber does a beautiful draw and pass to Bird, and Bird steps back inside. Bird's untouched now as she continues to break through the line there. The number 14, though, makes contact, and here we see some nice interplay happen. Salter Sheridan, unfortunately, though, she just loses it. So now Chicago will come back for the scrum, but that interplay between the number 15 and the 11.
That's the second time we've seen it today. They connected earlier for the third try of the game for Michigan and saw it again here late. Thought they had some space to go through there for the try, but just knocked on in the offload. And Chicago's going to have an opportunity to here. And all of a sudden, Darian, as we said, they haven't been working well on offense on their own half of the field. They've just scored quickly twice, basically from their own side of the field. So Chicago looking dangerous here as of late, and they're going to have another chance with their own scrum.
Minutes mean everything now for these both sides as we're now in a 4-point difference. So it's really anybody's game still. Ball goes off of the back of the scrum. A nice dummy switch gets it into the hands of the 15. She's looking for options as the extra work comes in from the 9. So she gets taken to ground there as more players are having to come across the outside center, trips over the ref, and then gets the ball. Wants to try and use the pick and go. It gets her a little bit of go forward there as the forwards come across to support it well. They're going to have to build this defense and get those ball runners out in open play. The number 8 takes it into Michigan. Michigan have got their hands and feet in there. She's got to get toppled over onto ground. The ball movement looks good as they move it back inside to the number 23, who was just met by a wall of Michigan defenders. The drawing pass was almost there. She flings it over the top, and this looks promising as the ball goes to the winger. The winger stays in well for them, and they pick it up quickly. The backs looking for a runner. The number 2, the replacement, puts her hands in there, and the number 8 looks like she might have tipped it back to her own side. Michigan now have the ball after a cheeky little play from Peskin. Nice flat ball, gets the ball away from the pressure area, but it also leads to a big contact there against Chicago. Their defensive line holding strong here, as now all Michigan have to do is hold on to the ball, but Chicago not making it very easy there. They're getting their hands in there, and it looks like the number 2 might have stripped it away, so that'll be a turn of events there. 24-20 now. Chicago now have the attack, and they kick it away. The number 20 deciding to do the chip and chase. Bird is there, and Bird does well to gather it. The number 20, though, coming in along with her replacement, number 25. Shemek goes straight to Boots to try and get rid of this mess, and it does clear. So 30 meters outside, but we're still in Michigan's end, and we have about 5 minutes left to go here in this plate time.
Interesting. Yep.
And Chicago just turning the tides of this game around. They don't have the lead, but they are closing in with possession of the ball. As you said, 30 meters out of this Michigan try zone, and Michigan just looks a little too tired for there to still be time on this clock. And Chicago, as you said, number 20, going back to the boot and chase that worked earlier in the game for her.
Contest at line out, referee unhappy, so a penalty goes in favor of Chicago after it was Michigan's line out. It's back there on the 15. Looks like they were getting played in the air there, so they're going to go quickly. The outside center moves it to the number 14. Number 14 cuts back inside and moves it to the outside center, who then gets it around. They do have it if they work it out wide. They do. They work it around the corner, and Bird is there to stop that from happening. The number 13, who was the first try scorer, she steps out of bounds. And so now it's really go time there. Can Chicago steal this line out back from Michigan?
Yeah, number 13 just trying to go pick and go on the short side. When Michigan was already on their back foot, you already had them moving backwards, and she tries to go short side with no support and just gets pushed into touch, turning it over. But Chicago on the doorstep, and Michigan's lineouts have not looked good for the second half of this game.
In a turn of events, it might be that Chicago.
Your last tackle here is a little high, okay? Sliding up, all right? It's going to be penalty only this time. We got to clean up, got to get the tackles lower, okay?
And now Chicago get the penalty there. Well within the 5 after a high tackle that knocked that outside center out of bounds. So she's back on here, and they still are playing with a man down. Michigan lost a player after a yellow card there, the number 22. So this means everything. So number 23, that finisher, she comes in and just decides to take it right in, but Odell stops that dream short here. Michigan are going to have to play a lot of defense here as the pick and go gets tackled right back in. Moreland, the number 25, she's asking for a try. Chicago get it over. Chicago, 25-24 over Michigan. And Michigan haven't really played a lot of rugby down here. Could this be the end of the game?
Just a strong pick and go from number 25. One of those replacements that came on late and brought a spark onto the pitch. About 15 minutes left in this one for Chicago, but now the lead. She's rushed her kicks all game long because they've been down. Now she can take her time, relax. And now Michigan down after having the lead the entire game. Kick no good, so 25-24, but Chicago has taken their first lead of this game with about 3 minutes left, and Michigan is just falling apart here the last 10 minutes of this one.
Things are falling apart, and we're falling off our chairs here, waiting to see who's going to win this game. Only about
3.
3 minutes left to go here in this plate final, and Michigan just now lost their lead to Chicago, 25-24 Chicago, on top with Shemek set for the restart.
That's the bench. I haven't been tracking it.
Shemek now elects to kick deep to try and pin them down in this end. The chase is good from Bird, and Chicago go right into the middle there. They've got to hold on to the ball for the next 2.5 minutes as they get some line breaks there. So Michigan not able to get around. Could Chicago take away this win? A nice defensive launch comes in for Michigan. They're getting a little bit desperate there around the breakdown. They've got to generate a turnover somehow if they want to win this plate final. The number 20 ducks in, and now Michigan, their defense falling apart there as everybody seems to come across Bird. Bird's got to make a big tackle. The number 20 really sets up the team for some exceptional attacking play here as they get over the 22. Moving it out to the left-hand side. They've got nothing but numbers. Sanford, the number 23. She gets around the corner, and Chicago answer back with a try. 30-24. Chicago might have just sealed the deal. This might have been the nail in the casket.
And number 23 going in for her second of the game. She's been tremendous all game since they put her in about 20 minutes into this one. Kick is up and through, her first good conversion of the game. And not only that, she makes it a 2-possession game with only about a minute left here. That is the nail in the coffin, it would seem. Chicago with a tremendous comeback here in the last 15 minutes of this one.
32-24, and now that's a big deficit. Michigan had an opportunity and then missed it. Shemek ready to take that kick there. She's probably going to have to try and reel it in a little bit short here, and the kick chase has to be on. It's a heavy ask of Michigan. Shemek goes to boot. That kick will land right on the 10 there, but it ends up into the hands of Sanford. Looks like it wasn't officially 10 though, so they're going to come back for that. But the scrum now center field, and that's a way to end the game there. So Chicago now set and ready for that, and this is a turn we were all not expecting.
Not at all. Chicago pouring it on the last 10-15 minutes of this one. Michigan looked dominant in the lead all game long, looked very exceptional in all phases of play, and Chicago just looked like they were lacking a little bit. But once those substitutes came on, brought some life into the Chicago team, they really picked it up, turned it around, and started putting points on the board.
And now Chicago look like they're going to keep a hold of this ball now. It's going to go to the right-hand side. The flanker is there, and support is coming in slowly. They're going to have to really contest there at ruck time. They do, and Michigan is looking for a way to get in there. The number 3 kicks it through, and it rolls into touch. Chicago will get the final whistle, so now 32-24 in a turn of events. They take the lead in the final 10 minutes, so Chicago will be your plate finalists and the winners of this Thunderbird match. Nick, final thoughts before we go into our last matchup for the Cup final between Ohio and Minnesota?
Wow, I just thought for this match, Michigan very dominant all game, just didn't have enough gas after playing back-to-back days of 80 minutes to finish it out here versus Chicago, who looked tremendous with a team effort win to be your plate champions.
And we'll be right back with you, team, for the last bit of the Thunderbird Cup. The moment we've all been waiting for. It'll be the Cup final against Ohio versus Minnesota. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I just wanna get down with you. Kinda listen, I can call you mine. Once more than I say we are through. We should still have fun, though we say we're done. 'Cause I just wanna get down with you. Kinda listen, I can call you mine. Once more than I say we are through. We should still have fun, though we say we're done. 'Cause I just wanna get down with you. Kinda listen, I can call you mine. Once more than I say we are through. We should still have fun, though we say we're done. 'Cause I just wanna get down with you. Kinda listen, I can call you mine. Once more than I say we are through. stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. Got me stone cold.
Welcome back, team. It's now time for our culmination of the Thunderbird Championships here in Lamont, Illinois. It is the Women's Cup Championship. It's a matchup between Ohio and Minnesota. Both sides played in a competition yesterday in order to get the right to enter into this arena. So we're about to get underway for the final bit of this weekend. Next Level Rugby brought you championships yesterday. Today we'll crown the one and only. My name is Darian Lovelace. I'm joined by Nick's Cumming in the color commentator. Now, Nick, let us know, what can we expect from these two teams? We saw earlier a blowout game within the Consolation match. Chicago took that one 73-0. And then in the second game, though, we had a different story. Chicago ended up coming back in like the last 10 minutes. And so they ended up winning about 32-24. So with this match, I'm unsure of even how it's going to play out.
Well, I expect two very high-powered teams in Ohio and Minnesota to go at it, to go in a great battle for this cup championship we have here today. And as you know, both all-star teams, both the best in their state representing, and I am very excited for this cup championship, Ohio versus Minnesota, as we kick off here. Darian.
Referee Dan Houlihan will be your center referee, and on the right side we've got Ohio, and then we've got Minnesota in the purple. On the right hand side, it looks like Minnesota are already having to play a lot of defense here against Ohio, as the team in red has to shut back down inside. The inside center gets caught a little bit there in the middle, and this defensive launch holding strong in Minnesota as they just continue to have to get forced back inside. Ohio moves it to the left hand side, sees a little bit of space open up, but she's well tackled. And purple getting called out of there. Minnesota form their defensive line there, and they've got options to the left and the right, but a lot of rugby played down here for Ohio. We'll see if they look to exit. Bowers gives it to the forward pod, who then insert an inside pass there. They do want to secure the ball now, and now they go to boot there. Captain Cooner will give a boot of her own. The ball stays in bounds as the speed looks good from Minnesota. Minnesota getting close to that sideline now. They move it back to the left-hand side. And stringing through the phases, this defensive launch, it looks sound as a behind-the-back pass gets it into the hands of, it looks like that might be the number 5. The offload looks good, though, going into the number 10, Lakari. Lakari ends up losing it backwards, but she recovers well. Getting so close to that sideline, the ball stays in. And the referee looks to the AR, and they play on. Minnesota knocking at the door there as a little bit of a half gap opens up there for Steinmeist. And they use the left-hand side there after there was some space there for Manock. Manock offloads back inside to Swanson on a hard line. Might have gotten them a little bit of isolation there. As Ohio are going to have to play a lot of disciplined defense. Some little half gaps now starting to open up there as the number 5 bullies her ways over Glidden. And this line is still remaining intact here, trying to get over the top, but then she's bullied back over, ends up taking her opposing flanker with her. And these lines, Nick, not any real estate coming in for Minnesota.
No, Ohio playing great defensively here, close to their try line, but left some space around the corner, and Minnesota's going to dot it down. As the referees have a quick discussion, Minnesota's going to dot it down for our first points of the game.
Looks like that was Minak who scored that try, the number 14 there, and just a simple hands will do it. After Ohio had to play a lot of defensive phases down here right from the jump. So the team in purple will receive the first try of the game. That'll bring our score 5-0 with a kick to come here on the left-hand side. This is a tough conversion.
But both teams showing they can keep possession when they hit the ball early. Ohio doing a great job in phase play, but because they were in their own side, they elected to kick it away. And then Minnesota showing no flaws at all, working the ball down to that 5 meter of Ohio, where Ohio had them for a bunch of phases, and then just leaving that space outside. And as you said, Minok able to find the try zone, giving this Minnesota side an early lead. Kicked no good, so 5-0 Minnesota here, not even 5 minutes into this game.
Ohio will get this restart underway. A player that we talked a lot about yesterday within Ohio was Francis, so that matchup between the number 10s is going to be extremely competitive. They're at the playmaking role with Francis on Ohio, and then the number 10 Lakari for Minnesota. Both do a good job of orchestrating their two sides. Captain Cooner, though, the number 6 for this Ohio side, is set and ready for the restart. Restart goes up, and it is snatched out of the air by Minnesota. Some good footwork. Gets a little bit of isolation there, and she gets close to the sideline, but stays in bounds. Counter recs come in, though, but the support looks good as the quick hands now within the forward pod. A little tips ball. Demonstrates a little bit of creativity and some dynamics within the forward pod there as the number 4 just decides to take it straight in there. That was Steinmeist. And then the number 3 now has it. Holler Reed. Moving it through the hands now. They'll give it a little boot through in open play. So already showing that they are a multi-talented team. They get tossed out of bounds there. And so Minnesota get the ball out of bounds from that Ohio player. So Minnesota now will have a line out.
Great work. I believe that was number 11, Nira Fowler, on the kick chase for her team, able to drag the Ohio player into touch. And Minnesota again, just working their way down this field against Ohio.
Here in Lamont, Illinois, at the Blaze Stadium, excuse me. The weather looking a lot better than what it looked yesterday. We saw a lot of handling errors, so both teams able to kind of open it up. But right there we see Ohio gets dinged. Timperman gets her hands in there, and referee not happy. They go to the boot. It's a crossfield kick on the left-hand side. It looks like Ohio's coming back to gather it. It stays in bounds, though, in the number 11. Vervillis finds the rest of Ohio as they come back to decide what they'd like to do. They go to the boot. Looks like this ball will stay in as Wakari picks it out of the way. Excuse me, that looks like that was Swanson. So now Minnesota will have the attack. Been a lot of rugby here today, team. We're bearing through it here. Minnesota, though, bearing through the contact, though. They grit their teeth and they get well into the 22. Team in purple now trying to use the forward some more. Leave the options open for the back, but it looks like might have almost gotten stolen by Ohio. A nice, good, strong tackle, though. Gets them on the back foot. They move it now to the wing hand. She's easily met, though, by all of the Ohio players. The leg drive gets her out of trouble, though. It's a good inside cut of the line there from Minnesota. We'll get them even closer to the try zone. Holly Reed went into contact, and then from there, the wing decides to pick and go as well. She gets isolated, though. That looked like that was the knock for Minnesota. And they're going to go ahead and go quick. Bowers for Ohio wants to play out of this end. They play well, though, and they get over the 22. The number 5 gets a big line break and gets them out of trouble. Travis now gets them at the 40. So in a turn of events, it worked well for them. That gamble gets them out of trouble. In the isolation, now she's got to offload from the ground as now they move it to the space. They want to kick it through, but it looks like there was a penalty, so the kick was the risk there. We'll come back for that high tackle against Minnesota.
Yeah, just a lot happening there the last few minutes. Minnesota working it deep into Ohio territory. Ohio doing a tremendous job on the poach and then getting it quickly out from deep within their territory. And now they're going to have a penalty opportunity around midfield to find their way into Minnesota territory. Still early in this one. Still early in this one, and Ohio's going to be set up right at midfield for this line out.
Fine, that's good. Play
That
on.
was Ohio be trying to get it into Travis's hands throughout the rest of the game. She's desperate to get to that try zone there. Ohio has Cooner go into contact there in center field. The ball hits once, and it doesn't look like they have a lot of numbers folding around to this right-hand side. The ball's a little bit slow to come out there. Francis is there and waiting, but they go back to the left-hand side there. And, of course, Travis gets some meters. She's going to be an instrumental ball carrier here in this cup final. They move it back to the right now, and an inside pop gets them about 5 meters ahead. So they're now over the 40, and a referee, everybody's calling them off there. Minnesota get another penalty, and these are just racking up as Bowers. Quick taps goes to Francis. Francis gets it into the inside center's hands, who then gets it to Hostowski. Looks like she's a little bit isolated, though, and Minnesota get the penalty there, deep within that end. But we're now seeing Ohio start to demonstrate their creativity here, trying to get some points on the board.
Yeah, Ohio electing to go quick tap every single one of their penalties, especially right in front of their own try zone. Not what you see from every team, but Minnesota's kick here. Going to find touch. Excellent job getting it out of her end, but Minnesota having to play some defense there. As you said, caused several penalties in a row. You don't want to get on the ref's bad side early and find yourself on the wrong side of a card.
Both sides managing the game very well here. 10 minutes gone. Both sides well coached as well. Within Ohio, we've got head coach Katie Marlowe with her assistant coach Steph Bowers, and then for Minnesota, Mark Dane, Sue Whitwell, and Kristen Zdenswick. Well, both teams are already showing the intelligence. There's a little half gap opens up, and this number 21 for Minnesota might just be able to break the mold there. She cuts back inside. The speed looks good there. She's finally taken down by the number 11. That was a try-saving tackle by Gervillis, and then just gets tossed into the try zone there. But we see a conversation about a possible forward pass there. Looks like Ohio not very happy with that try, but I think referee's call will still stand, so it'll stay 10-0.
Yeah, excellent breakaway speed from number 21 for Minnesota here. She's going to get wrapped up about 2 meters out, and she's going to offload to her fly half, number 10, Lakari, who you said, Darian, is an impact player for this Minnesota team, and she helps out her team here, just running this support line right next to Nempe, and just puts more points on the board for this team. As you said, Lakari. We're going to be saying her name a lot today for this Minnesota side. Kick is up and through. Make it 12-0 for Minnesota. And Minnesota striking fast twice. Both times they had the ball. Ohio doing a great job when they have possession, but this Minnesota side able to find the try zone early. And if you're Ohio, you need to stop them and put some points on the board yourself.
12 minutes gone here in Blaze Stadium. We see Ohio a little bit slow to get back. Now, two different matchups happened yesterday. Minnesota, when they played Wisconsin, it was a massive blowout there. They had about a 50-point differential, but yesterday Ohio barely beat Chicago 25-24. So we'll see recovery really start to play out here in Minnesota, already finding those half gaps here, and it's paid off well for them to get this lead. They're already off to the races though on their attack, getting very organized and connected here as the rest of the support comes around. They're finding some real estate around those hinges of the interior defense. It's a little bit disconnected there as the 8 for Minnesota just decides to take it right in. Lambert moving in now to the wings side of the field. She almost gets tossed into bounds and then she doesn't, but then offloads beautifully and almost another beautiful offload, but it goes backwards. And so having to clean it up is Green. And now she got us that last line break. Nampe offloads it to the forwards, waiting to set the tone here. Now trying to hands it through. Somebody tries to pick it off and she misses. And so now the outside center, or excuse me, that's the number 6, has to come across and make a lot of tackles. Luckily, Dorvillis gets into that passing channel. Looks like she might have knocked it on. Unfortunately there though, so Minnesota now have the advantage and they have the scrum. Referee does blow the whistle, so we'll come back for a Minnesota scrum down.
Just a very hectic couple of phases of play there. Minnesota moving the ball very quickly from side to side, and Ohio with an interception there, but just unfortunately for them, it's going to be knocked on, and we're going to see a scrum for Minnesota. Slow the game down a little bit, but so far Minnesota doing an excellent job when they have possession of the ball, finding those half gaps and just exploiting them. Ohio having to play trail defense here early. Not what you want to do throughout the entire game, but Ohio looking to get something going here, but they will be on defense for this scrum.
Ohio there. Back line. Set in, ready for the launch there against Minnesota. Minnesota have a lot of room to work with now. They've entered into some scoring capabilities here. The drift across with the dummy switch. It does almost find its way into the hands of the number 17. She gets 2 hands on it, and unfortunately it was a knock on there, but Ohio, she read that like a book, the number 17, Hostowski.
Yeah, almost an interception. If she caught that cleanly, she may have been gone. She does have some speed to her name, and it didn't look like anyone would have been in front of her. She might have had a 60-meter interception there, go for a try, put Ohio on the board, but unfortunately for her, couldn't handle it cleanly. So now we'll have Minnesota scrum yet again.
Minnesota there at the 40 in the purple. The ball works its way confidently to the back there, almost gets shut down, and because of that the scrum half's under pressure. Going straight to the boot is the number 12 Swanson. It bounces once and then it rolls into touch, so it'll be an Ohio line out in between the 22 and the 40.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe this will be the first Ohio lineout we have seen today. Looked pretty good yesterday, so let's see if they can back that up with their performance today here in the championship. See if they can win their first one cleanly.
Except for the throw-in was the hooker. It does find its way, though, within Minnesota's hands, so that first line out unsuccessful there. Is now Minnesota are on the attack, and slicing through the line is Lambert. Lambert finally brought down at the 22 as the rest of the supporting back line comes in on the right-hand side, runs a crash line, and then offloads it. So the space is working its way out wide, but she's isolated there, the number 12 Swanson. And because of that, Ohio do get a not releasing penalty there. Going quickly is Ohio in Dorvillis. trying to set up her team now as Travis comes across there and gets the leg drive that she's well known for, pulling away. They're now at the 40. A decent amount of meters now gained for Ohio. It's in the hands of the inside center. Excuse me, that's the Gorge, number 4. And Minnesota gets dinged for not coming in through the gate. And now Bowers will look to decide how they would like to attack with this one. She runs a switch back inside to the number 3. After running that switch line, they don't get very many meters. They move backwards here as the flanker tries to offload it to Travis. Travis gets tossed around, though, by Minnesota, and the defensive line looks strong. The launch also as well, so it's a knock-on for Ohio. Jordan not able to handle that pressure, so it'll be a Ohio scrum, or excuse me, a Minnesota scrum.
So something I noticed here early in this game, as we saw in the previous game, if the viewers were watching that, Michigan was heavy at the rucks, heavy contesting at the rucks. And it seems Ohio is doing that here early against Minnesota. They have turned over the ball in those rucks. 2 or 3 times they had poaches, and a couple of times knocked the Minnesota defenders off of the ruck. So look for that here in the rest of that game.
And number 8, Lambert, unfortunately knocks that on. So now Ohio will have an attempt to scrum down.
And there you saw right after the scrum, Ohio quick to contest that ruck. And now Ohio is going to have possession of this one. They're going to give the ball to their fly half to put into the scrum with the 9 going out to be first receiver. Maybe they have a special play set up for her, so watch out for that. But scrums have looked good so far this game from both sides.
Scrum is under a lot of pressure coming in for Minnesota there. So Ohio really going to have to band together. They've got a new front row compared to what it was on their first day. Players like Demi Reed and Taylor Richards now are coming into the front. So both teams are going to have to sort it out. Only about 20 minutes gone here. And at Minnesota barely holding on to a lead after we've seen turns over and over for possession. Also at a different position is Francis. She's at scrum half today. She's at fly half yesterday. And this scrum is under a lot of pressure here as Minnesota just continue to send it over top of Ohio. The ball is at the back, though, and referee not happy with the drive there. So Minnesota get a long arm penalty, and that scrum's going to have to be sorted, including the set piece there for Ohio. Electing to go ahead and tap quickly. Minnesota now are on the forefoot as taking it in is Coombs. Coombs is tossed around some and finally brought into ground. And inserting herself into the back line is Geluso. But it looks like we'll come back for the penalty after a forward pass. It looks like that was Hostowski who got dinged for that. Trying to take it right into the guts, though, of Ohio is Minnesota. We're hearing a penalty advantage, though, get given yet again against Ohio. And the space opens up very wide. Francis gets turned in, and the number 11 is isolated. The number 11 will go ahead and dot it over. Fowler gets it in and loses a boot in the process with that try. So now 17-0, Minnesota on top.
Yeah, Fowler with a great individual effort. Her teammates doing all the work in the middle, bringing that Ohio defense in, and then just space in front of Fowler as soon as she gets the ball. Has to run around one Ohio defender, but is happy she dots the ball down in the try zone. Minnesota now 17 points about 20 minutes into this game, and Ohio needs to figure it out quick because Ohio is not playing bad, but Minnesota is playing excellent here early.
Nope, I'm coming this way. You're okay.
set for the kick. The kick does fall short, so that conversion will be no good for Minnesota there. And Ohio, Nick, as you said, it's going to take a fire of some sorts. We usually view rugby not just in 2 40-minute halves, but 4 20-minute halves here. What's it going to take for Ohio to really insert themselves and get some points on the board for the last 20?
Well, we've seen it twice now. Minnesota has done a tremendous job sucking in that Ohio defense by using power hits up the middle and then just swinging it wide to their speedsters to get them around the corner for tries. And Ohio just can't get sucked into the middle there. They need to stay wide. Minnesota might have the speed advantage on the outside, so you definitely can't let them take advantage of that with no defender in front of them. But and Ohio stringing together your phases on offense, they always do a good job. They always have at least 5-6 phases going, and the tempo's high, and they're moving forward. But then just a knock on, or someone's not there quick enough at the ruck, and the ball gets turned over. So just a few things from Ohio, and they've been playing a lot on their end of the field too. They need to get that ball on the Minnesota side of the field.
Let me ask you back here. Did you have a high? It looked like she pulled on her sleeve almost. Shirt sleeve? I didn't see a high.
Looks like we're having a water break, which wasn't common for us yesterday. Yesterday was a whole water break with the weather really changing it up on us today. It's beautiful and about in the 70s here in Lamont, Illinois at the Blaze Stadium.
Thank you. I do not.
It's always nice to get an extra water break when you're playing.
I know that we always need them, especially the forward pack. Looks like referee Houlihan is going to go ahead and signal that game is back underway. Ball shanks through. So it looks like we will come back for the restart. Ohio will kick off to Minnesota after that try, which brought our score 17-0.
And as you said, Darian, 4 20-minute quarters is how we like to look at rugby sometimes. And with that water break, now Ohio having a chance to talk things over. Let's see how they come out for this next 20 minutes.
All right, we'll restart with the red kick. Restart with the red kick. Time's back on.
Houlihan ready to start it out as we see the number 12 Cooner come up and get ready for the restart. We'll see if that water break was exactly what they needed in order to try and get the ball rolling here. They've got an overload on the right-hand side, but they move it well to Lambert. Lambert gets tossed around and then connects well with the number 5, Glidden. Electing now to go use the width of the field. They go back into the hands of the try scorer from earlier. She connects back inside with the inside center there on Minnesota. So this interplay is getting them moving here. The ball gets knocked once and then knocked again. So we'll have a scrum for Ohio, and it is within Minnesota's end. We haven't played a lot of rugby down here.
And Ohio doing a good job defensively there to stay wide on those wings. They've been getting sucked in earlier. As I said, from two of Minnesota's tries have come by that nature, and now Ohio playing good defense out wide, and now they're rewarded with a scrum in Minnesota territory. Last scrum for Ohio didn't go the cleanest, so they're looking for ball retention here.
Ball retention looks like it might be just a dream for them. It spurts out the back, and Ohio's got to do a lot to clean it up there. Waiting for it was Gibson. And flooding over the top is Ohio trying to secure that ball. Francis inserts herself at playmaker, gets it into the inside center, and she's met quickly by her opposing number in Minnesota. Moving it to the left-hand side, this launch is led well, so the cut back inside might have left her a little bit isolated, but support comes in well for Ohio. Francis now moves it, and then a little kick over the top does turn around Minnesota there. The ball gets dangerously close to that sideline. She cuts back in, and it looks like it will be a line out. and will go in favor of Ohio.
Yeah, Ohio had advantage, decided to kick over the top, saw some space. Wasn't the best kick, but able to do the job, able to get possession back to their team.
Ohio used that center, and it does go through the middle, but that jumper is just taken to ground, and it's a long pass for Bowers, who gets it to Francis. Francis throws one behind her centers there, and so the fullback is having to clean it up. The ball was available, and so Minnesota simply pick it up and get started on their attack there. The pick and goes, running it right back into the pressure area. They've got to find some space here. Lambert moves it to the left-hand side here and finds an open forward. And Glidden, no stranger to the contact, she takes it straight up. The hands might get them to go for it that they want here. Toying with the defense, though. Looks like that's the prop. She gets close to the sideline and stays in well. Minnesota now have to set their attacking structure as the line for Ohio looks pretty set there. Ohio still having to remain strong in their defensive efforts. We're at the 50, and a line break finally ensues from Minnesota's number 8, Lambert. Lambert finally gets tossed to ground by the number 15, Dorvillis. Dorvillis brings her down. And we might have a possible injury there. Referee not happy with that contact with Lambert. Looks like she's pretty uncomfortable.
Can I get a sub for 8? She took a shot to the head. Purple, yeah.
Let's take a look. She had a beautiful line break here. Had some space, was one-on-one with the fullback. And yeah, just looks like, unfortunately, hit her head on the ground, and then maybe her teammate caught a little piece too coming in to clean the ruck out. So unfortunately for Minnesota, Lambert is down.
What's that?
Looks like she's moving. Trainer is kind of reaching for the neck, making sure that she's feeling okay. But it looks like referee is asking her to sub off for that heavy contact with the head. Lambert, though, it looks like she's slowly moving back up there. Very grateful for the athletic training staff that's there keeping us all together. It's not an easy feat. We get into some very interesting situations. So good to see Lambert up and talking. Looks like she'll go ahead and have a seat, get assessed. And a substitute will come on for Minnesota. Now, that's a hard loss. The number 8, Lambert, she's been doing a lot of damage here for Minnesota.
Okay, let's bring up here for me.
Yeah, unfortunately, her day will be done once the referee says you're done. Whether you come back clean from your assessment or not, you are done for the day. But hopefully Lambert has no serious injuries. But as you said, a big blow to this Minnesota team, as Lambert has done damage not only this game but yesterday as well. Was great for her team.
Referee Houlihan ready to get play underway here. As it is a Minnesota scrum right outside of the 22, and we're deep within Ohio's end. The replacement, number 8, decides to pick and go to the right-hand side. The number 16 for Minnesota is Berg. They get caught, though, on the sideline.
I believe the referees are having a discussion for a high tackle. You saw the Ohio girl apologize, saying, yeah, it was a little high, and the referee is going to come back and give the penalty to Minnesota.
So Berg will go ahead and tap quickly. They get a couple passes in, and then the offload looks successful there. They just continue to offload through the contact, but it might have gotten knocked on, unfortunately, by Minnesota. So Ohio will get a center scrum. It's about 80 meters away from their try zone. Very heavy ask for Ohio that has played slim to no rugby down in Minnesota's half.
Yeah, job one for Ohio. Get it out of your half, but they haven't done a bad job with phase rugby play with moving the ball down the field, but unfortunately for them, just one mistake has given the ball back to Minnesota almost every time, and their scrum's not the cleanest, but will get the job done this time.
It goes to the back, and like you said, Nick Cooner tries to clear it. It ends up in the hands of that wing, though, and a big tackle comes in by the number 15, Dorvillis. They're doing a good job of containing the ball here on this far right side as the line gets set for Ohio. A lot of big hits now are coming in, and this is the fire that Ohio need now. The team in red now is starting to look like a unified force here as Minnesota are electing to move it through the hands, just trying to find some space there. There's some to the right if they want to use it. So they do, trying to move it through the hands now. They will connect with the number 5, who then knocks it on into Cooner's hands. Cooner gets tossed around and then places the ball back towards their team. If they can move it away from the pressure area, they elect to just run right back into traffic there. But quick over the support is the forward pack, trying to get it into the hands of somebody. Was Bowers, but an offsides penalty against Minnesota is exactly what the number 9 Gibson needed, because Ohio was getting put under a lot of pressure there by Minnesota.
They were definitely. Minnesota coming in with the counter rucks. Ohio electing to kick the touch. We haven't seen this today from them. They've gone quick tap every single penalty so far, but trying to get it out of their side. They're going to elect to go for the line out now at around the 40. Unsuccessful on their first line out attempt. Hopefully for Ohio, this one goes cleanly.
And the throw-in goes over the top of the front pod and finds its way into the hands of Tromer. Tromer was in the center that stayed on the ground and got some go forward. They get over the 50, and this offload play happening within the forwards looks swell until the support finally has to come across. Francis gives a long pass to Cooner. Cooner gets it to Dorvillis, so she runs it right into Minnesota. A good clear out, though, finds them on the solid end. The number 11, though, it looks like that will be a line break and a half there for Cross Hatoski. Cross tries to stay in, gives an over-the-head pass there to the number 17, who gets it back into Francis. Francis finally gets over the line, and Ohio, 5-17, finally answer back after 30 minutes of unanswered points.
Yes, excellent work down the sideline from Hostowski. Said, Minnesota, you're not the only wieners who have some speed around here, running right around her opposition with a great line break. Nampe almost able to drag her into touch, but unfortunate for her, she gets the offload over the top and then right back inside to Francis. Both fly halves making a statement in this game here in this first half, and Francis putting her mark on this one, getting Ohio on the board 17-5 with the kick still to come, but Ohio finally found some life.
And the number 12 will get set for the kick. It's Cooner, who played in the back row yesterday. So some switcheroos in Ohio. She goes to boot the kick. Looks like it may have gone through the sticks. So now we're at 7-17. Ohio finally have some points on the board there, and we're now starting to see a little bit of life coming in for Ohio. Now both sides are all-star sides. They come from all of their respective regions, and then they're asked to come together after a grueling 15 season to play some more rugby. So the connectivity seems like it's really starting to show out in Ohio.
Yes, after a tough game yesterday, Ohio started a little slow here today, but got it in the hands of their wiener, Hostowski. Made some magic happen, showed off her speed, showed off her strength by getting rid of a tackler and helping put Ohio on the board here. As we saw in the last game, no lead is small enough to come back from, so Ohio now only down 10, with that restart not going 10.
And they'll elect for the scrum after the kick rolls out about 7 meters away from that restart. So this is a good attacking position there for Ohio. They're still 50 meters outside of their try zone, but this is a solid place to set the stage, especially if they can close the deficit just slightly. Conversations might be a little bit different going into the half as substitutes start to come on there. The number 3 for Minnesota, Paula Reed, will come off. And looks like Berg will go to prop. And that replacement, Mitchell Brown, she's going to go in at scrum half. So a nice little game of musical chairs here with the substitute, but this is whenever coaches are going to start to get strategic with their replacements. Gibson feeds the ball in the scrum. It looks extremely stable there as Spear Asaf. Here, Spear Asaf makes her presence down there. She offloads it to Cooner. Cooner one hand catches it and then decides to keep the ball there. Support floods over Gibson. Gibson sees Mitchell Brown, who then offloads it to Hatoski, and Hatoski leaves the ribs exposed and just gets tackled into bounds there. But these substitutes coming in for Ohio are really showing out here.
Yeah, Ohio, number 19, Spear Soft, just excellent work off the pick from the scrum. Fended off, I think, 4 Minnesota defenders, and very strongly at that, getting the ball all the way down deep in Minnesota's side, and now Minnesota is going to take it out from their own try line.
Minnesota not held whenever they were deep within the end, so now Swanson will just continue to go. It looks like that ball might have gotten offloaded forward there, so we'll bring it back for the scrum. And it almost seems like everything is leaning toward Ohio just getting in better attacking positions.
Yeah, Ohio playing most of this first half on their side of the field. Finally in Minnesota territory, they've been having some success. A try earlier, almost a try there, and then luckily for them, a forward pass as there was some room to run for Minnesota.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Gibson feeds this one in. We see the ball gets stuck under Soft Spears, and she's under a lot of pressure there. Mitchell Brown makes a mess of things. Cooner gets the ball away, though, to the number 17. She cuts in well to try and get something started. It looks like we might have a player down, though, in center field, though, for Ohio. Nikki Post gets taken down as Cooner moves it to Francis. Francis switches back inside and then gets it to number 15, Dorvillis. Dorvillis looks close to the sideline here. The ball does stay in. It looks like it's okay, but Minnesota now are on the attack with the ball. And after the the Ohio player loses her feet, it'll be a penalty going in favor of Minnesota.
Yeah, Ohio just with good ball forward movement, and then unfortunately for them, taken away in the tackle. And Minnesota not able to find touch off of that penalty.
Red, continue to retreat. Red is on.
Gibson throws up a kick after receiving that one and then gives a kick of her own. It ends up right back into the hands of Minnesota there. And a penalty against Minnesota for not releasing. They elect to go quick, and Ohio are ready to try and put some points on the board. A flick of the wrist does find its way into the hands of Post. Post skirts around one side. There's a come across for the tackle, and she did get tackled into touch, unfortunately for Post.
Wow, she was...
Back here, ladies, we had touch in goal before a successful touchdown. We'll have a 5-meter line here to black.
Wow, she was already in the try zone when she went into touch. She was already in the try zone when she went into touch. The touch judge having an excellent view of that one, but an excellent run around the outside for Nikki Post. Just unfortunately for her getting pushed out in the try zone. All she had to do was dive and put the ball down, and she'd had 5 more points for her Ohio side, but now a line out from Minnesota. deep in their territory.
Looks like that was Nampe, so Nampe didn't want to give up any scores there. The lineout looks good, and they also mauled, and then a little bit of a trick play there between Berg and looks like that might have been Mitchell Brown who knocked it on.
Lost forward here. Here's our mark.
About 2.5 minutes, about 2 minutes left to go here in this first half, so we do still have time for a line out and then maybe more so, but we're seeing a big turn of events. We split the 40 into half, and we spent most of the beginning half in the end of Ohio, and now we're seeing a lot of opportunity open up here in Minnesota's half for Ohio.
Yeah, Ohio has all the momentum at the moment, but unfortunately for them, this halftime clock is about to run out.
Is it an asthma problem or just a catch your breath
So Ohio would love to see some more points on the board for them before this 40-minute mark. But as you said, these last 18 minutes, since we took that 20-minute water break, Ohio has looked like a different team, putting all the pressure on Minnesota instead of vice versa.
Looks like we've got a Minnesota player down. A lot of players going ahead and taking the knee. Looks like a substitute is coming on for Minnesota. And a lot of tired bodies here on the pitch.
This is the second day in a row these ladies are playing. Ohio with a tough match yesterday, barely squeaking by to get into the championship today. Minnesota, I wouldn't say an easy time, but they did have a blowout victory yesterday. But both teams having to play back-to-back days of 80 minutes worth of rugby. With about 2 minutes left in this first half, Ohio at the 22 of Minnesota, wanting more points before this halftime whistle blows.
7-17 and a minute and a half to go. Time is back on, and we'll have a line out that will go to Ohio.
The knock was first before the line out.
So we'll go ahead and address the knock on that. Referee Houlihan spotted, so it'll be a scrum down for Ohio, and will probably be one of the last plays of the game, or the last plays of the first half.
Keep me honest.
Ohio scrum looks stable on the last few where Minnesota took advantage of them the first couple of times. So let's see if this one's clean for Ohio.
We get a good shove on, and now getting a good shove on back was Minnesota, but Gibson able to get it to Francis, who then gets it to Cooner. Post has it, and then Cooner loops around. They've got the overload there. Cooner tries to get the arms free, but then she's well tackled by Minnesota, and picking and going is Asaf Spears. The ball hits off of the boot of one, and so Simperman comes in to pick it up. Minnesota now having to set their defensive line. They hold strong, but somebody who never can be taken down quickly is George. Moving it to the left-hand side, Spears Asaf is there waiting for the ball. Francis goes ahead and picks it up and then gives one step back inside, and the coach was just a little bit too fast there by Mitchell Brown, so a penalty goes in favor. Gibson wants to go quick. Gibson goes for the dummy and then moves it back inside to Richards. And they're about a meter outside. It would mean a lot for them to be able to get some points on the board. Gibson moves it to Cooner. Cooner now gets it to Francis. They've got room to work it out wide. The number 17 post yet again gets tossed into touch there. Referee going to go over and have a conversation with the sir as to if it was high. They don't look very happy with that contact.
And Ohio again knocking on the doorstep, but finding touch before they can find the try zone. And referee says no high tackle, and that will be the final whistle for halftime. Minnesota in the lead 17-7. Ohio with some chances there late. Can they bounce back in the second half to come away with this victory, Darian?
We'll be right back for the second half of this Thunderbird Cup Championship. Stay with us, team. between the Ohio Rugby Union and Minnesota for the Women's Cup Championship. On the right-hand side, Ohio will be in red, Minnesota on the left. 17-7, though, a 10-point difference in the points here as Minnesota ended up on top going into the first half. My name is Darian Lovelace. I'm joined by Nick Cummings. Nick, let us know what you think is going to happen here in the second half, because I've got no idea.
Well, it was a story of two different first halves. The first 20 minutes was very dominated from Minnesota. We saw all their tries come in the first 20 minutes, and then the second 20 minutes was dominated by Ohio. They got their first points of the game and also were inside the 22 of Minnesota several times, knocking on the door, just unable to punch it in. So I expect a great second half here as we're already on the way with the try score from the first half for Minnesota, finding another line break. I'm sorry she wasn't a try scorer earlier, but she set up a try, had a try assist in that first half, and she does it again with another long run for her team. And Minnesota now moving the ball quickly to the side as Ohio does an excellent job. Number 17 was all over the pitch for Ohio in the first half. She does an excellent job shutting down that Minnesota attack, but Minnesota is starting the second half off hot.
All right, 14.
I think that was Nampe who got that line break there. Nampe was instrumental for Minnesota in the first half because she's got the feet and the ability to burn it. But here they just get a little bit desperate there, picking up the ball. The attack's just not fully set yet for Minnesota. They move it to the right-hand side, and the draw-and pass is good. But this line by the patience by post, and then the timing of the low tackle body height is just money. So right there, Ohio get the opportunity to attack. The lineout gets a little bit messy there, but they're able to retain ball. Going to Cooner. They will kick for touch. The kick does clear as it rolls out of bounds there. So the lineout will go for Minnesota.
Red 13.
But as I was saying, a very exciting first half and already a very exciting start to this second half. As we saw Minnesota close to that Ohio line, and Ohio doing a good job kicking it away, relieving pressure. Now we're going to see the line out from Minnesota.
Minnesota set with 5 in the lineout. They elect to use the front pod, and they pop it off to Mitchell Brown, the replacement 9. And the ball handling looks good. It does suck in some defenders, but the ball ends up going behind the back of the number 11, Fowler. Fowler's got to come across and clean it up. Post is there to have to help out on the edge defense there. Defensive line getting set for Ohio as the attack starts up for Minnesota. The ball gets knocked out of one hand and then ends up in another. And they're trying very hard to keep the ball alive. Will it be too much? Now getting into a little bit more stable form. The ball does hit the deck once and it bounces off the hands of a Minnesota player. So this pressure defense coming in from Ohio really demonstrating that they came here to play in the second half.
Yeah, Ohio picking up where they left off at the end of that first half, doing an excellent job defensively, closing the space, hitting their counter rucks, and we see it paying off for them, stopping that try early from Minnesota, and now Ohio's going to be rewarded with a scrum here about 45 meters out from their own try line.
Gibson will feed this ball in for Ohio. The scrum is getting turned around, though, by Minnesota, and referee Houlihan not happy with that wheel of a drive. So Minnesota get rewarded with a free kick. They'll tap within Berg, and now Berg will move it to the back line. Being met quickly, though, by Francis. She's taken to ground is Swanson. And so now they're all having to fall back there as Menke, who's the number 21, is also quick to get over that ball. Referee unhappy, though, with the lack of discipline there for Ohio, so Minnesota get a long arm penalty.
Minnesota able to dig their way back into Ohio territory, but not like that. Not finding touch on the penalties. Gonna hurt Minnesota here as it gives Ohio the ball right back.
Dorville is able to field that one cleanly, so they are on to the attack, but have a lot of meters left before they enter into Minnesota's half. So Minnesota now defending well, maintaining their defensive structure, but the leg drive and the support that comes in, and then the extra work to get back up gets them on the back foot now. As the fold looks slow, they've got room to burn it. Gibson decides to do a show and go, and then cuts right back into some ferocious forwards. Tenacity being showed by Minnesota. There's a little bit of confusion there as more players come in to have to try and clean up Gibson, having to go into contact. About 5 players in there, so we'll see what they can make. Cooner connects with George. George now needs the supportive post there. Did post get there quick enough? And she does. Minnesota had their hands in there though, so it'll be a long arm penalty, and you can see the simmer down signal coming in from everybody as Ohio will look to clear. And they do not, so we'll continue to press on. Number 11, the wing, she makes some meters there as there's a toss and around, almost into touch. So referee not happy with the height of that tackle. We'll come back for a penalty, and some subs are starting to roll on here after the penalty play.
Yeah, only about 5 minutes into the second half. We've seen quite a few things from both sides. Ohio doing a good job with their pressure defense, causing a penalty there, but Minnesota just a few mistakes causing them to not find the try zone here early, but they will find touch on this one, and they're going to set up their set piece, their line out set piece.
Berg goes to boot, and so it'll be a line out for Minnesota here. And again, a lot more rugby left to play here. Still 35 minutes left to go in this second half for the Cup final. Minnesota hit the middle pod. Referee happy with the direction. Ohio backing off, so it forces Minnesota to have to go to ground quickly. They don't get the maul, and the ball is available. It's finally picked up by a Minnesota player after they lost about 15 meters off that line out. Ohio getting set in the defensive line as the launch looks solid as well, but this looping play does find it in the hands of the danger woman, Nampe. Nampe, though, is well corralled. Mitchell Brown comes around and gives it to Swanson. Swanson's got to get her hands off that. Ohio almost got their hands on it, though. A little bit of a shake and bake move, almost lands her right into the chest of the referee. Minnesota now just stringing the phases together here. And the ball ends up hitting the deck once and then rolling out of bounds, so the call will be knocked on into touch, so we'll have a scrum that'll go to Minnesota, or excuse me, to Ohio.
Thank you.
Yeah, just unfortunate for Minnesota there. They had the ball going forward. They're doing a great job going side to side, and just unfortunately an errant pass knocked on into touch, and Ohio's going to elect to have the scrum. Their line out a little shaky today, and they lost the last scrum too, so we'll see how this one goes for Ohio, as Minnesota has been dominant in their set pieces.
Gibson will feed this one in. Already referee Houlihan not happy with the drive there, so the free kick goes to Minnesota. And they're off to the races there. Berg collides with a substitute, and they move it to the left-hand side. There's a lot of numbers to burn here. Swanson decides to just stick it to Post there. Post has got to quickly get around, though. Those fasties are moving quickly as Touche Swan makes her presence known there. Mitchell Brown there with the hooker, then to connect, and they cut back inside. Could have been what they needed. She falls just short, though. Fowler. And it looks like there might be conversations about a possible penalty here, but Minnesota continue to press on, and the launch still remaining strong in Ohio. They want to protect that try zone. Mitchell Brown almost lost that one, but she's got to come in and clean it up, and the forwards now are coming to make sure that They stay afloat. Berg just drops the shoulder and gets over the line now. So 5 extra points added to Minnesota will bring us at 22-7. And Ohio now with 8 minutes gone in the first half. There's still time, but the real question is there against Minnesota that have just been able to string together a lot of phases?
Well, as we saw last game, Darian, for those of you that watched, there is time. There is plenty of time for a comeback here for Ohio, but they do need to change some things in order for that to work. They need to get out of their own side as the problem in the first part of the first half. They've been stuck in their side this entire second half so far. Haven't seen the ball on Minnesota's half at all, as well as Ohio playing good defensively, but again, getting sucked into the middle a little bit like they did, like they gave up those tries earlier. So not what we want to see is from Ohio. We thought we cleaned those up the second half of the first half, but unfortunately those mistakes coming back to haunt them here early in the second half.
Conversion goes up and it is no good. It veers to the right. So 22-7, our score will stay. Now we've got 30 minutes left here in this Women's Cup Championship. And if it's anything like what we saw last game, Chicago scored 2 times in the last 10 minutes. And that made it so that they were able to walk away with the plate final title. So, Nick, as you said it's still anybody's game, as the restart, though, will come from Ohio to Minnesota.
And we just need to see Ohio get back to what they did late in that first half, having possession in Minnesota territory, working the phases well, using their speed around the outside.
Cooner gives a good kick, and it bounces once into the hands of Minnesota, who then get pushed backwards. It looks like there's an advantage, though, that goes against Ohio. We'll see what that one is, as the quick hands, though, come in well for Minnesota. They connect well in the center field, so even if that arm was up, the advantage is gained. It was a long arm penalty, though, so we'll come back, and referee Houlihan looks like he might have a conversation with his AR.
Yeah, and the last thing you want to see if you're Ohio is a card. You're already down 15 points. You don't want to lose a player as well.
All day we've been fairly borderline when it comes to high. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Referee having a discussion with both captains. Unfortunately, unlike earlier games, we cannot hear the referee what he is discussing. I believe it was about dropping the tackle height. I saw some of the players motioning, so dropping the tackle height, and that means if he had a discussion with both teams, that means we might see some cards soon, Darian.
30 minutes is still a lot of time and tackles to be made there. Berg will go ahead and kick to clear so that they can get down into Ohio's half. And she does well to clear this one, so it's going to go well into the 40. And it'll be a Minnesota throw-in. I'll commit to the line out with 5 mates in the channel. The wind kind of playing a little bit of a factor here. We'll see if they can connect well. They do in the middle pod, but it doesn't look very straight there. Referee spots it. So there will be an option. And they'll elect for the from Ohio. After we saw a little bit of a lack of confidence in their lineups here throughout most of this match.
And unfortunately for them, their scrums haven't looked the best either this second half, turning over the last 2 that they've had. So Ohio needs to figure it out, and they need to figure it out right here, or else they're going to give Minnesota this ball right back.
Set.
Ohio's got to stick some boots in the ground here. There's some movement, though, and they do really well there, but Mitchell Brown over top of Gibson. Franklin comes in to help right that wrong there, and it makes something out of nothing as they break past the gain line. Looks like there might be a player down for Minnesota. The number 6 is a little bit slow to get up there, but they continue to make it through the points of contact now, getting them at the 50. Gibson moves it back to Cooner. Cooner gives a long pass to Post, and Post tries to run around one, Gerbilis gets tied up and gets it back into the hands of Post. And by the fingers, she gets the ball back. But referee unhappy with the initial slap down, so it will go back into Ohio's hands.
And Ohio, we saw them go quickly on most penalties in the first half, but here they're going to elect to go to touch, gain some meters, and they're going to try their line out yet again.
Go ahead. Red sub on.
We're going to have some substitutions coming on.
We'll watch, but it's not high. Thank you.
As you said, Glenn.
Good
Both
point.
head coaches now rolling in their substitutes there and using it as a game tactic. The line out looks a little bit wonky, but it ends up in the hands of Minnesota. So Ohio not confident in their set piece. Post, though, forces a knock on with a big tackle there in center field. So to get them a scrum, and after they seem to have fixed the problem in the scrums, it's kind of what Ohio would want based off of that last line out.
Yeah, what's up? I was thinking, what is the ball out?
Yeah, unfortunately for them, neither of their set pieces seem to be working. As you all know, these are all-star teams. They don't get much time to practice together, especially on some of the little things like line-out moves. But Ohio in the championship here, looking to hold it together.
Hold on. It's okay. Missed my command. Reset.
We'll have a reset on the scrum after both front rows not being very happy with that point of contact here. Gibson looking around for her options, trying to read the defense.
Set.
Sounds painful there at the front row, and so now Ohio will get a short arm penalty. Gibson elects to go quick and just rounds the corner around all of the forwards there. Waiting for it is the back line. They give a fend, and then more of the forwards come in to secure the ball. Our substitute for Ohio, Darvell. Darvell offloads it to Simperman. Simperman, though, gets pushed backwards. Now the number 2, Twitty, the captain, it gives one move, offloads it well to Francis, and Francis tries to get around the corner, and by her short, she gets taken down. Offloads it to Cooner from the base, and they come across well. Gibson elects to move it to the right-hand side, though, and space opens up there for Ohio. And the leg drive gets them in the 22 now, and Ohio are looking to move it. Twitty moves it to Hostowski. Hostowski has the support that comes through. Gibson moves it to Simperman. Simperman ducks underneath one tackle, and referee might have put an arm up for that one, but we'll see how it plays out. Darvell, one of the finishers that came on. She's already had 2 touches on the ball. She's working hard there in the middle. And we're seeing the defensive integrity being maintained by Minnesota, and they'll get well rewarded with a penalty. Berg elects to go quick now.
Good advantage.
And the ball gets knocked on by Ohio. So we'll have a scrum right at the 22 to Ohio.
Yeah, just great phases of play there from Ohio, working the ball deep into Minnesota territory. Got it about 15 meters out, and then just the penalty against Ohio not getting to the ruck quick enough. Minnesota taking advantage and getting their hands on the ball, but then right away, Minnesota elects to go quick inside their own 22. Normally, you'd like to see it kick the touch there, relieve some of the pressure, but nonetheless, I'm not out there on the field, so. But Minnesota electing to go quick and then knocking the ball and giving it right back to Ohio about 25 meters out.
Francis now at scrum half moves it to Gibson, who's stepping with the first receiver. Post goes straight to the boot, and Post now the ball does end up in the try zone. It looks like it was kicked through by Post in there, so Minnesota now will have a drop kick at their try line. They give it a nice kick, and it'll go straight out of bounds.
Directly from him.
Minnesota with a
center
lot
scrum.
of space to kick that ball, and unfortunately just goes straight into touch for them. I thought they could have kicked it 5 meters to themselves on the right on their right side and had plenty of space to work with, but ball goes straight into touch, and Ohio now set up beautifully off of the mistake.
Give me black. 5 meter line. 5 meter line. That's the mark. There you go. Back it up a little bit. Red, come up for me. Yep, come on up now, Red. There we go.
Finally, everybody figures out where the scrum line is, so we'll have the scrum time. It is in a couldn't ask for a better attacking position. Center scrum, they've got options to the left and the right, and Francis is there at the scrum half position. This scrum is important as they work it to the back. It almost gets stuck underneath Francis, ducks underneath one, and then ducks back inside. And so Francis now, she'll get 5 on the board now for Ohio. That'll bring her score 12-22, and that deficit now is just a 2-try difference between the two sides.
Francis now with her second of the game. Excellent work here off the scrum. Avoids her own teammate who is out looking for the pass, looking to get into support, but makes the Minnesota defender miss as well and puts it down right next to the post.
We're going to get water right here.
Hopefully for Ohio here, they can convert on this conversion and cut this lead down to 8. But excellent work from Francis. You said her name at the start of this match, Darian, a player to look out for from Ohio, number 10. And she's doing her job, scoring both of Ohio's tries to keep it close.
This conversion is extremely important. Cooner goes back and shanks it in between the two sticks there, so that'll bring our score 14-22. We will have a water break after a turn of events from yesterday's weather, so both teams will go to their respective sides and get about a minute to rehydrate before we come back for the final 20 minutes of this cup final between Ohio and Minnesota.
What were you trying to call? Scrum call. There was a scrum call that I had that you were just like, no, and you were trying to signal something, but I couldn't hear what you were doing.
I don't remember now.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was.
I caught a
free kick. I caught a free kick, and I think it was probably supposed to be a penalty, maybe. I'm not sure.
No.
No,
I think it was just subs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Heard that.
Yeah.
Ohio just scored, so.
I got it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. It was the
10 to 9.
Yes.
One of the halfbacks. He's at a 9 or 10. Remember, camera's listening to you, right?
Welcome back, team, to the final 20 minutes of the Thunderbird Championship weekend. We are here for the Cup final as the restart goes underway. Now, 14-22, Ohio has come back and made their presence known here as the restart, already fielded well, is going to set up their attacking platform. My name is Darian Lovelace, joined by Nick Cummings. Nick, what do we think is going to happen in these final 20?
Well, I expect a great final 20 minutes as we've seen a great 60 minutes so far. Ohio scoring right before that 20-minute water break to cut this lead down to 8. And just a very physical game of rugby. Both teams back and forth with the flow of things, but Minnesota just able to find the try zone more, with Ohio making a few more mistakes inside the 22 of Minnesota, and now both teams kicking it back and forth a little bit.
Gibson decides to give a boot twice there off of the box kick, and we're starting to see a different tactic come into play here in the final 20 minutes. There wasn't a lot of kicking in the first 60.
Maybe something Ohio coaches noticed in Minnesota take advantage of. But we'll see how it works out for Ohio.
Minnesota goes to the front pod there, and the maul gets pushed back there by Ohio. And some big hits are coming in there. They offload it to Mitchell Brown, who gets it to some more forwards waiting on the outside there. Taken down quickly was the flanker as Mitchell Brown gives it to Swanson. Swanson will go to the fly half. The outside center does a nice inside cut and gets it almost into the hands of Nampe. It's swatted down though by Post.
Bring back the original one.
And so we'll go back to the original knock-on.
So
It'll
here
go
by red first.
with Minnesota deep within the 22 and down in Ohio's end.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nikki Post just trying to break up that pass, hits it forward a little bit, and then Minnesota playing advantage until they turned it over. So now inside the 22, Minnesota looking to answer right off of Ohio's last try before that water break.
Sorry, I was just playing my lock-in.
Thank you. Yeah. Crouch. Bind.
The scrum is now set for both sides with Minnesota in a prime attacking position there, but instantly the hooker's head pops out of the top there, so we'll reset the scrum.
Crouch. Bind.
Mitchell Brown with the put in Ohio, putting on a big shove against Minnesota, gets turned around one way, and Francis and the flanker are all over Mitchell Brown as she's well handled there within that 15-meter channel. Moving in now to get it away from the pressure area. Swanson decides to stick it to Cooner, and it gives a beautiful pass over the top. It does leave some open room there, but the wing unfortunately knocks it on there after getting the ball. And that was some beautiful passage of play there. Swanson really almost sealed the deal there with that offload.
Yeah, and Fowler, who was an earlier try scorer in the first half for Minnesota, just unfortunately couldn't handle it cleanly, and it looked like she did have some space, some green grass there to run into the try zone and put 5 more on the board for Minnesota. But luckily for Ohio, the handling error is going to give them possession of this ball. They just need to get out of their own territory.
Ohio now are going to try and look to exit or at least play some rugby down in Minnesota's half. Francis gets it to Gibson. Gibson goes to boot, and it has some distance, but it is a contest there on the ground. Ohio ends up successful with it. Cooner moves it to the winger, and she's always got speed to burn there. Hitoski does a spin around to try and find some form of support. There's a high tackle that gets called against Hitoski, or for Hitoski. So now Gibson will look to boot, and we'll finally play some rugby down here in Minnesota's half.
And I'm surprised Ohio elect to kick the touch there. Their lineout's not looking the cleanest today. I thought they would have gone quick, especially with Minnesota on the back foot and not all of their players being back yet. Ohio looking to take this line out cleanly. We are in Minnesota territory. Not deep in Minnesota territory, but enough to give your team that confidence you can put the ball in the try zone.
That's fine, I got advantage here.
Minnesota do steal it though, but there's a knock on, and so Ohio come up with it. Advantage was up, so we'll see if it was gained.
Advantage gained.
Referee just let us know that the advantage was gained, so now Berg goes in to try and compete for it. Francis, it splits at one, and Francis has a line break. This is some speed from Francis. She gets tackled in a high tackle. Yet again, this is the second time there for Minnesota. We'll see if we go
Do you believe there was
to
another reasonable opportunity for a
pocket.
defender to make a try skying tackle? Yeah. There was? Is it a penalty?
Referee already having a discussion with both captains saying we need to lower the tackle height.
There was another reasonable defender in the area. Whoever. Black captain, real quick. Black captain. It's 1-2 in a row. Next one for the Cardinals. Thank you, captain.
The viewers at home.
We're going to come back to the penalty.
Referee not
No,
messing
not a
around
penalty try.
anymore.
There was
Says
another
that
defender
the
who was
next
reasonable.
one will be a yellow card for Minnesota, and with 15 minutes left to play, there's still a lot of tackles to be made here as Ohio decide to just bully their way forward. The replacement, the number 22, getting close to the sideline. She better get to ground. The ball is called though, so we'll see if Minnesota can stop the ball from spreading out there. Francis is looking underneath, so did kill the momentum there.
I'm gonna need you to open your ears, baby. Okay? All right.
The ball was brought into a maul by Red, where it was
Purple.
unplayable. It'll be a scrum here to Black.
Just keep coming up.
So it'll be a scrum there to Minnesota, but deep within their own end.
It's a scrum, ladies. It was brought in. Maul was made dead.
This is now
All right, guys. Let's just
So you're gonna tell me how far it can go?
a handful of times that Ohio has turned the ball over inside the 22 of Minnesota, leaving several points on the board. So let's see if they can make a defensive stand here and get this ball back very quickly while we were still in Minnesota territory.
He's in a long pause to see y'all.
What's our situation here? What's our situation going on over?
We do have a new home run.
Okay. All right, let's close it up a little bit then so we have our spacing better then.
And we see Mitchell go over there and slap hands with Tromer. I'm sure that they've probably played against each other a time or two there. We're all friends here, even though we eat up each other during these matches. Mitchell Brown will feed in the ball there. And Francis is putting the first receiver under a lot of pressure there. The inside center is quickly taken down, and Francis tries to get in there. It looks like there's a couple of bodies still on the ground there. That was a big collision. So we'll see how they recover. The fold has to come quicker, though, on the right-hand side. They like to go in the boot up
No, Black 11,
Swanson.
Black 11, no. Black 11, stop, thank you. Black is now on, Black is on.
And the number 15, Dorvillis now trying to run around Minnesota. She offloads it in too. It looks like that's a replacement, the number 24. Francis is there. She steps back inside. Two defenders, though, take her down on the ground. Minnesota there at the 22. And they're going to have to play a lot of defense against Ohio that are knocking at the door there. Ohio, step back inside, slap off one, and then leg drive through another.
Keep going, Black, keep going, Black.
The fold, the desperation coming in as they go for the pick and go there. The number 21 connects well with the support, and then a penalty comes in. The number 21 for Ohio. She likes to go quick. That was Menke. Slaps off one, behind the back pass is another. And so we'll come back for the original obstruction there, and probably not the best decision for Menke to go quick.
Well, couldn't kick to your line out. It hasn't looked the cleanest all day, but Menke didn't look the most confident running into contact there. Maybe she should have gave it to a teammate running a hard line on, but either way, Minnesota gonna try to kick the touch, but comes up short.
Cooner finds herself with hands on the ball there, so Ohio are going to have to restart their whole platform of attack here, and Minnesota have to play some defense, some clever interplay, gets them go forward. They get pushed back, though, and Gibson is pretty isolated there. The number 24, just like a swarm. There's about 3 Minnesota players over top of that one. So they use the pick and go. The ball gets knocked backwards. Francis now has to clean it up.
No block, no block, no block.
And some tiring stuff here as the clock continues to tick away. Gibson wants to try and get a chip kick over the top. It looks like nobody was really ready for that one. The footwork almost breaks them through the line. So it's a couple more meters, so she releases the ball and gets up and presses on. Mitchell Brown now with the ball in hand, gives it to the forwards. They do a nice little interplay, and it'll go right back in favor of Ohio on a not releasing penalty. A lot of back and forth play, Nick.
Yeah, definitely a lot, but Ohio here able to keep the ball inside Minnesota territory. That's where they've been the most dangerous today. And now they find themselves back inside the 22 with a big crash coming up. Number 22 for Ohio is responsible for some big runs here. Last couple of minutes, they're going to go wide. They're going to go to Francis, who's looked tremendous all day, who's going to go to post with her speed. Back to Francis around the outside. I thought she had some space, but she's going to give it to 24. And unfortunately, it looks like we're going to see a forward pass out of one of those last two passes. Unfortunate for Ohio. They've kept it here at around the 22 for the last few minutes, just unfortunately unable to break through and put some points on the board.
Close was a little bit slow to get up there, but she's up and moving, so we'll have our scrum, and we're entering into the final 10 minutes of this cup final.
I wish there was shade to take time. How you doing that? I'm fine, I just feel a little sick in my stomach. Okay, take a minute.
Both teams a little tired. This is the second day in a row these ladies are playing a full 80 minutes. And with a game as tough as this one, you can't blame them for being a little tired.
Looks like we
Give her some water real quick.
still have a player down there, so everybody looks like they're kind of getting water, trying to recalibrate. The ice bags coming out, ready for the cool off. It's a hot one here today in Lamont, Illinois. That wasn't the story we had yesterday. Mother Nature wanted to come and watch some rugby with us, so seeing a lot better handling from both teams after that torrential downpour. I don't know if it's just me, but I think the grass also looks slightly greener than yesterday with all that rain.
Does look a lot nicer today than it did yesterday, but 10 minutes left in this Cup championship. Ohio versus Minnesota. Minnesota in the lead and with the scrum, deep in their own territory though.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
The drive looks solid from Ohio. Desperate times call for desperate measures here as the final 8 minutes now are just ticking by. Minnesota do a beautiful behind the back pass. This blocker line gets the number 10 into space, and a nice drawing pass does get them well over the 50. They get it into the hands of the speedster. This speedster might be the nail in the coffin that Minnesota need. Minnesota with a beautiful long line break, get themselves out of a lot of trouble here. And so now 27-14, Minnesota with only 8 minutes left to go. Ohio, this might be a tough thing to ask of the team in red.
And Fowler with the double on the day to give her team a comfortable lead here with less than 10 minutes to go. An excellent line break from Minnesota, great fend, and then just give it to the speedster Fowler with nothing but green grass in front of her, and she's going to dot it down under the post to give her team this
You have about 45 seconds, son.
To expand her team's lead, but Ohio doing everything right there for a few minutes, holding Minnesota, not letting them get out of their own end. Just unfortunately for them, one line break, one long run is all it takes for Minnesota to add more points to their lead.
Kick goes up and kick is good. We still have some more rugby here left to play, about 14 to 29 and only about 7 minutes left to go. It would be an extremely heavy ask for us to see Ohio come back from this point deficit.
Looks like Ohio's making a few substitutions here, get a few more of the women in the match.
Cooner set and ready for this restart there. It's right at the 10 and doing well to field it is Minnesota. The support comes over quickly and now they just have to manage the game here. Mitchell Brown finds a forward who thinks about passing it but just decides to run right into Ohio. And Ohio still maintaining its defensive structure. Francis puts in an arm. Cooner comes across to put in a shoulder. And they're fighting for every inch here as the defensive line looks set, but the launch is a little bit less than uniform there. So it does lead to the try scorer who just recently got it in, number 11. She gets around another and then just gets tossed to ground by a try-saving tackle by Vervillis. And so Minnesota still are having to rebuild their attack. They get tackled close to the sideline, but they stay in. Mitchell Brown picks it up, and the forward pod decides to move it within themselves. Mitchell Brown now moves it to Swanson. Swanson now to her partner in crime, the outside center. A nice clear out gives Mitchell Brown a little bit of time. She decides to take it on her own and post, puts her to ground quickly. But here, the number 19 for Minnesota thinks about giving it, and then Nampe dives for the try. And Tromer tries to come across and make that tackle to be in vain, though. 29 with a try now. So they're going to enter into the 30s now. And Ohio, you can just see the body language, Nick. They don't look like they've got more gas in the tank.
No, and they're tired. A very tough game here for them, and just unfortunately for Ohio, 2 long runs from Fowler has put this game away as Nampe gets in for her first try of the day, assisted one earlier, has had a few long runs herself, both wings doing their job today. Nampe and Fowler, and both finding the try zone here the last 2 tries.
45 on my mark.
Lakari will take this conversion, the number 10 for Minnesota. Kick goes up. The strike looks good, but it might have fallen right through the sticks. So now 36 to 14, Minnesota on top. Looks like we've only got about 5 minutes left to go here in this final half for the Cup final. And it's looking like Minnesota might just take this one and run with it.
Minnesota 2 quick tries late to extend their already 2-score lead. But now, as you said, Ohio tired, not coming up to this line quickly. They know less than 5 minutes to go. 22-point game.
Ohio now going back to get the ball. So Cooner now will come to the line. Get ready for the restart. We see hands clapping to try and get some juice flowing. The kick makes it a full 10. It's taken very well, though, by Minnesota. So they get over the 40, and the leg drive keeps them going well past it. Mitchell Brown decides to go to the left, and then dummies back on the inside. Almost makes her way through, but the interior defense does well to close the gap. They're now going to try and look to move it through the hands. The outside center comes in to run with the forward pods there, so she gets over the 50 and continues to press on there. Gibson tries to get her hands in there, but Ohio now are going to have to get back on defense. The ball shoots out, though, after a knock on. And Minnesota now are just trying their best to get the ball back. Ohio now have a lot of room to burn. The ball goes up and backwards, so they're just not going to be able to connect well.
Bring back the original advantage. It's lost forward here by
We'll
Black.
have the knock on that originally happened from Minnesota. That means that it'll go back to Ohio. Looks like players are just a little bit slow to get up. Big shout out to the AT staff. They've been working and running hard for this match.
This will be last play.
A very physical match between these two teams all game long.
No, you're fine.
And we just heard the ref. We just heard ref signal that this will be the final play of this cup final.
Here's your new mark. Here's your new mark.
Thank you.
Coach. Fine. Set.
Gibson is set for the put in there. The scrum looks strong for Ohio. The number 21 gets it back to Gibson, who shakes back on the inside with a nice little touch. Cooner loses it from the back. The ball seems to just not be connecting well with Ohio. Gibson moves it to the forwards on the left-hand side. A long pass, though, is asked of Gibson there.
Advantage
She elects to go ahead and boot it as the last little bit, and kicking it straight out of bounds was Lucari. That'll go ahead and call it. So Minnesota will be your Thunderbird Cup champions here in Lamont, Illinois at the Blaze Stadium. So big shout out to them, 36-14. That will bring our broadcast now to a close. Big thank yous to the players and the coaches, the staff, the coordinators, everyone involved in the tournament, and Next Level Rugby crew. All of us put in work, especially our camera crew who stuck it out in the rain for us. We appreciate you. Big thanks to Nikki and Ginty. We know that you're watching down there in Cabo, so shout out. Nick, always a pleasure. My name is Darian Lovelace. Thanks for tuning in, team. Until next time.